Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We are back at the Minecrafty Factory, where we have stuff to do, I think. Hi, Vine.
Always.
How you doing?
There's always stuff to do.
Always stuff to do. I got a block of dirt,
What is that?
because Demo
What?
said so.
Oh, okay.
So, over the weekend we did stuff. Shall we cover all the things we did?
Tidying. Sure.
Okay.
Where you is?
I am in the machine room, because that's where I've spent the last, 20 hours on and off stream or so, give or take. And there's Pine showing off one new feature. We have new elevators in the machine building. So, I have taken all of the time and all of the effort to finalize what I think is 99% of all of the machine part automation that we'll need for the rest of the pack.
That's a tall order.
It's a really tall order. I've been working very hard on it. I've got a spreadsheet and everything. It is actually going to be shared under the YouTube video when I put it up, as well as the last 2 episodes as well, since that's been literally 2 entire sessions of machine room work. It's been painful, but every single one of these lines has all of the crafting recipes for all of the parts that are relevant. So I've gone through every single screw, nut, bolt, etc., and I've determined whether or not it is even needed in recipes, and if it is needed in enough recipes, it's automated. So there are a couple where we need them to make, just the jetpacks that we've already finished. So we're never going to make those again. So I didn't bother putting those on the automation list, that kind of thing.
Such as what?
I don't know. It was something conductive iron related, and it was like a part needed for one of the jetpacks that we've already built. Oh no, wait, sorry. It was a fluid pipe or something needed for the Greg Tech variant of the jetpacks.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So stuff like that has almost zero potential usage. I didn't bother automating, but everything else. So we've got, what is this, 45-ish recipes, 50 recipes for iron, or for wires. All of the various X quantity of wires that are all in the network. Little plates, rods, bolts, screws, etc. All in here, all done. All of it. And I did a little bit of redecorating. I spruced up my entrance a little bit.
Yeah.
I dared to put down a couple of the conduit covers, just to clean up the entrance a little bit, because it was a little bit gross with those cables coming to the top there. So I cleaned up the entrance. I felt like recessing the entrance a little bit. I felt like that added a little bit of interest to the front of the building here.
It does add a little panache.
Yeah, so a little tiny bit of decoration. And then between
Nice.
you and I, we cleared out the rest of this building, so the floors are all clear and ready to use for whenever we decide to use them.
I already have plans for one of them.
I figured you might, otherwise you probably wouldn't have actually done that. And also, I redecorated the outside of the building. I'm not quite sold on the left half of the building.
That's fair.
I think those tall steel beams need some sort of splitting up like I did with the right side. I just don't know what yet, because I didn't want to repeat the fan things. I don't know. Something needs to get did. But whatever.
Sure.
We can do that easily once I figure out what. And then on the top, I added a couple little decorative elements.
Yeah, I saw the AC units. That
Yep,
looked nice.
the AC units, and I redid
Hang on, let me do
Oh yeah, light. Light might be handy.
so we can see.
Indeed. So yeah, I added some AC and ventilation units. I might add some pipe work underneath them to look like they're connected to the building. But otherwise, yeah, I just added a few more things because this is going to be a big old machine room that's going to do a lot of stuff. So yeah, that's all the stuff I did over the weekend. Oh, okay, some
No,
of
it
it
isn't.
Okay, so it's some of it. I was going to let you cover that other part.
We flattened a fair space here.
We flattened a whole city
So
block or
got,
two.
We can expand and make a ginormous building. for all of our eventual needs.
Yeah, we even fixed the road. What good
And,
citizens
and,
we are.
And yeah, we repaired the road. We fixed a giant meteor crater that was over here.
Hello, Sparkle.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did work. So you have tentative and very loose plans for a large building over here, but we did discuss the vague outline of it.
Right.
So we have a couple design element ideas that we're going to work with.
Largely L-shaped with the second floor stretching across the road.
Yeah, so that part of the building will be over here covering like a 2x3 chunk area. And
Probably
then
2x4, but yeah.
2x4, yeah, and then part of it will L shape over here and land on this side, with the base of the building on this side of the road, with the road going underneath, skipping the first floor where the road is. I thought that would be kind of a neat little element.
It will be nice.
Once we figure out what it's gonna look like.
Right. So one thing that I saw in one of the pictures for like the splash screen for the mod pack that I want to replicate, which I have sort of mapped out here, very loosely, obviously, is one of those pictures has like a series of buildings with like a floating tower that's got the draconic capacitor in it.
Okay.
Or the draconic energy core.
Okay.
I kind of want to copy that sort of an idea where I want to put a tower probably in the corner of the L, and so we can have the suspended draconic core in there.
Okay.
And so the largest core is the 13 by 13 by 13, which is what this cross here is.
I saw the cross. I was wondering what it was indicating, but I knew it was something.
That's 13 by 13.
Okay.
So that's as big as the largest reactor is. So I just need to make sure we have, I make enough space surrounding, or for like the structure to go around that, essentially.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Oh, and there is a building missing where that used to be.
It's true. That's where the reactor used to be.
Yeah, we built the reactor last time, and then we immediately changed our minds.
And then we immediately moved it. Yeah.
And you expanded it, so let's go that way.
Yeah. And it's authorized personnel only. It'll detect automatically if you're authorized.
Hooray!
Yeah, so instead of a 5 by 5 by 5, it's now 8 by 8 by 8.
It has grown in size.
It's a little bigger, but
the reactor itself got cancer and got a little bit bloated. I don't think this reactor is very safe if it's giving itself cancer.
Right. But yeah, it's she's a lot chunkier now. But we have safety railings that didn't work because I fell over them.
Well, I mean, you were walking on the safety railings.
True.
That's not how safety railings work.
I did this to myself.
You did.
But like the last one, down here in the bay, we do have the emergency bootstrap fuel.
Nice. Okay, good.
But yeah, it is all fed and controlled by a back room here. So it feeds into a massive capacitor bank, and when the capacitor bank falls to 50% or lower, the reactor turns on, at which point the green light turns red because the reactor is running and you shouldn't go in there. Oh, also the redstone signal.
Nice.
The door, but I mean, whatever.
Close enough. I mean, if the door is open, it's worth being worried about anyway. So.
That's true. Yeah. And then the reactor kicks on until this hits 95% or higher. And then, yeah, we can conserve fuel that way.
Nice. And we have available fuel listings.
Yeah, in order of which ones should be used. So if all else fails, revert back to TBU. Because TBU is being generated in here infinitely.
Nice. Nice. That's funny because I didn't know you had done this portion of it. So I was upstairs trying to fix a fluid issue that I found. And I'm like, what? Why are the fluids making grinding noises? What's going on here? Then I had to start warping downward to try to figure out where the grinding noise was coming from.
Yeah, so I got black granite in one of these, and then red granite in this one. I moved obviously the rock setup from the main room
I get
the other building,
Yeah.
just because I got tired of switching what thing I had being made, so now I'm just doing both.
Perfect.
And this one is unused if we have I was looking at the other things that the rock breaker can do, and none of them really seem all that useful. But in case we do find something,
The only thing I can think of is it's a 0.8 second ULV recipe for cobblestone. So if we need like a stupid amount of cobblestone for any cobblegen stuff, that's an option.
Right, that or obsidian
Redstone
is made way
obsidian.
faster too.
Yeah, 0.8 sec for it's an HV, but still 0.8 seconds.
Well, these are EV, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah.
Right. I was just thinking the 0.8 second at ULV is going to have like what 4 or 5 times, or my server died. I died. Did you die?
Yeah, I got booted as well.
Okay. Okay. At least it wasn't my network this time. Good.
Interesting. Interesting. Hold. Hold.
The setup was too smart. The setup was too smart. It exploded. I am moderately positive I didn't do it.
Yeah, can't connect to server. Interesting. Hold on, let me see what happened. Deimos popped in and started pushing all the buttons, and then he killed the server. So
Deimos killed it.
Meow, 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 meow.
Gila. Gila. Hello, kitty.
It's true.
Hello.
Yeah, the server software is just not running. Interesting. Let me oh. Hold on. Ah, the server must have just been sitting on an update, and it just rebooted itself. That explains it.
Well, that was very rude of it.
I know. Yeah, because the CPU uptime is 1 minute and 11 seconds now, so... Hey, at least we're gonna have a freshly rebooted server.
Hooray!
But,
Hooray.
you know...
Connecting to the server. Failed to connect to server because server's still starting. Okay, fine.
Yeah, hold on. Alright, it's up.
Hooray. And we're back.
Well, sort of.
And we're almost back.
Well, I mean, neither of us have textures.
I see textures.
I don't, so that must be a client-side thing. Hold on.
Giddy dummy. Giddy dummy. He's struggling. He's struggling. Hey, you offered the tummy by being a jerk. Stop yelling at me. Boop. Okay, so let's see. We have fuel. Yep. We have plenty of thorium-232 fuel, which is TBU fuel. So that's full. So that's where this thing comes from. And then the various uraniums and whatnot are, I'm assuming, better fuels but less freely available. Like for the fact that we have 0 of that one. which is unknown. Green. It's green.
Hello, Gila.
And then you are also unknown. Black fuel. Okay, okay. These are all centrifuging out the shiny thing, which is thorium dust. And that centrifuges out the shiny thorium dust into prepared thorium. I'm assuming that is centrifuging out any of the impurities. Okay. This is one thing that I think we need to tackle today. Our oxygen reserves are nada. So you have oxygen. You're getting oxygen. Now, do we have oxygen coming in? Get it. We have oxygen. Not much. It disappeared the second I looked at it. So we don't have much. I know that was a problem that he mentioned over the weekend, that we were running slim. So at some point we are going to have to correct that. Oxygen is made in several ways. Oxygen is made... I know there is a recipe that you can do in a Cobbleworks. I think it's one of the dusts. Silicon dioxide dust, yes. So silicon dioxide dust gives us 2 oxygen, two buckets of oxygen. LV recipe. And that is made through electrolyzing sand. But it's a lot of sand. So we're going to need some sort of like massive production to deal with that. The other alternative, of course, is the standard electrolyzer of water, which is here, I think. Yep, that's fine. So standard bucket of water, but it's a really long cook recipe, so we'd need to have a lot of electrolyzers running for that. Or we would need to do I don't know if there's an easier option. We get oxygen through here, liquid air, 100-second, so we could theoretically get a big old distillation tower set up for oxygen production. But this wouldn't be all that much more efficient than doing a zillion electrolyzers, so I'm not really sure on that one. Centrifuging out a couple things gives oxygen, but meh. 10 buckets of air for a bucket of oxygen at 100-second cook time, that's not great either. A large chemical reactor, quicklime and acidic acid, meh. So yeah, electrolyzer is really our best option. What is the cook time on this one? 3 seconds.
One of these floors up
Yeah.
here, I'm gonna expand our DML setup.
Oh, okay. Oh, that actually reminds me. Something about the DML setup that you have for carrots is not working quickly.
No, it wouldn't be.
What was the holdup on that? Was that just a single?
Yeah, I had switched out one of the zombie ones for the wither, so we could get the wither realm data for that mining probe.
Ah, okay. And it's not a huge issue, like at the moment. It's not.
Well, I put it back earlier today, so.
Oh, because I had checked it yesterday, and was it yesterday? Earlier today? I don't know.
I put it back at some point this afternoon, so carrots should be slowly trickling back.
Carrots are back. We were generating enough carrots already after you had removed it.
Yeah.
To power this Pyrolyse oven setup.
Yeah.
At least I think. So I don't know if we need that other one, but good to have the overage. No, I'm not getting a billion ping pong balls.
That actually reminds me, I didn't have carrots set up in my my list.
Oh no. List? What list?
So I made a list of all the how to do a new DML setup.
Ah, okay. So are
It
you going to
is.
be replacing the one downstairs, or are you just going to be expanding on it?
I'm probably gonna take at least. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take these machines to reuse, but I'm going to need a total of 128 simulation. Well, 129 simulation chambers.
Okay. I know.
Um,
I know.
Yeah, the one
So
thing
much
though that I
beard.
have calculated is that this thing, if it's running full bore, which it almost never will because lots of things are going to be backed up, but if it does, she's going to consume 173,000 RF per tick.
Ah, I see. So a little bit of power.
A little bit of power. We are generating that much, so we're good there, but it's gonna, I mean, that's like half of our total
Right.
output.
Well, this reactor is currently getting a net 92,000, give or take,
Right.
as it's running currently. So we have 90-ish thousand to play with before it becomes a major problem.
Yeah, and that's just with the, currently it's doing the LEN 236 fuel. The higher tier fuels generate more power. Like the TBU
know.
only does 76,000 or so, 78.
Okay.
So it all depends on, yeah.
So are you also getting various breeded fuels out of this as that runs with Alien?
Yeah, so what happens is that obviously that reacts, and then the depleted fuel comes up here into these centrifuges
Okay.
to your right that spin out the various byproducts,
Got it. Okay.
and then they go into the tank here, and then get repackaged into their full chunks.
Okay. And is that breeding up or breeding down?
It breeds up.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the winter beard. So funny
But
enough,
we're probably gonna
I usually
want
lose my
a
beard
series
midwinter.
of additional smaller reactors that specifically focus on breeding.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Small, inefficient reactors that can breed it up quickly. Is there any efficiency with these reactors? Or is it just build a box and they do things?
yeah, no, the only thing they need to really do is the bigger it is, the more power it'll generate, the more cooling it technically has, but the faster it chews through this stuff. Because like the fuel
Okay.
that it's doing right now, it eats those in about 54 ticks.
Nice.
So the higher tier fuels burn faster and faster.
So if we wanted to breed up more, bigger reactors would be the key. Even though we don't need the power, they would breed more fuel faster.
Right.
Okay, got it. The only reason I was wondering is the industrial craft reactors and big reactors, and probably others in other mods, have methods to build a very inefficient reactor that just chews through fuel like mad, but you end up breeding really quickly. And if you don't care about the power outage. So if this one just has bigger reactor equals faster fuel consumption, then that's fine, whatever. But yeah, you could build one that just has really awful cooling and has practically no power generation because it's very inefficiently using the fuel, but it runs really hot, so it burns the fuel really quickly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. We can just dedicate, entire city blocks to giant reactors if needed.
Right. So yeah, that's an option. We'll probably want to do that eventually to get some of these.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So what's on tap for today? I actually did not get to the point of having a plan.
Oh, so one of the things that I wanted to do, if we come over to the, oh, actually too far to hit the ore processing room from here, huh?
Oh no.
Oh no, there it is. Okay. So I also put the elevators here too.
Nice.
So what I was thinking about doing is expanding out over here as well to do more of like the mixed things. Like I want to move stainless steel over here, the energetic, vibrant, that kind of thing. Just copy this sort of design over here.
Okay.
Any other mixes or whatever powders we might want or might need, probably move over here. I don't know.
Okay.
At some point I was gonna look into doing that. There's also things I wanted to do, like automate, or make a better system for automating all of the various energy conduits, the item conduits, the fluid conduits, those sorts of things I wanted to do. I need to automate
So,
pulsating mesh.
dare I say the conduits could go into my machine room? Because I have spare assembler space for those. I just didn't do it.
Sure, yeah, if you've got spare space.
Yeah, I have
They
a
certainly
whole
could.
like 4 or 5 free assemblers that I was planning on using for whatever came up, and I think these qualify as something coming up.
Hmm. Yeah, because right now they are back at home. And just they're tucked back here. That's what these two do.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
But since probably I was gonna move each one into its own assembling machine,
Okay. Okay.
and then do the same thing with the drawers, so we have a bit of a buffer, and then put the patterns in there, so that way we can request them as well. What was that? Oh,
Sugar.
just picked
Sugar in your pocket.
cane.
No, I don't
Oh,
want
God.
Keep away.
The fast magnet.
It is. It's a very fast magnet.
Other than that, I was just gonna, let's see.
The only thing I had thought of was oxygen production.
Oh yeah, that's necessary.
So I could attempt to tackle that. I had a couple thoughts on how to do that
Also,
in
I can
bulk.
just do a bunch of these.
Do a bunch of those, those.
Are they not actually triggering? No, they don't actually trigger.
I don't see anything.
Well, the rest of the things in the processing lines tab are all checkboxes. I noticed that
okay.
the other day, and I didn't want them all to trigger while we were off stream.
That's fair. Yeah, I think those are
So-
self triggers.
So I just checked those all off, and then expecting a whole bunch of things to pop up, and then nothing popped up. So
Nope.
never mind. Oh, that's what I was going to do.
Hmm.
The chemistry for the epoxy stuff. In the
Oh.
mid-game tab, that whole line is
Yeah, you were talking about the end of the last time.
right. Oh, and that's why I was gonna move the DML stuff, because I wanted this space down here.
Okay. Okay.
This is where the rest of the chemicals are happening.
Got it.
Oh.
It's all coming together.
Well, shit. Okay,
Oh.
so
Another thing I might tackle, if you don't already have plans to, is silicone rubber.
oh yeah, go for it. That was the one item on my to-do here that I don't really need on my to-do.
Okay, because yeah, that's the next tier of cable coverings, and we're gonna need them for something coming up soon, cable related. I don't know exactly what, but there are higher tier cables
They're
that can
used
only
for
be
like
done with.
everything later on.
Yeah, it's used for a lot of stuff, but like some of the higher tier cables can only be done with liquids and silicone rubber, and they can't use the old rubber anymore. So as soon as we
Right.
had that available, I was then going to upgrade all of my cable line to use those silicone rubber.
Yeah.
Hey,
So yeah, you could do that. We have, I don't know if you've looked recently at how much silicon powder we have, but it's a bit.
Ah, it is a bit. Yeah. Cool. Good to know.
I saw that and I'm like, oh god. So I increased the silicon ingot count from 1,500 to 5,000.
Nice.
Then increased the number of bools we're storing and stuff
Where
as well.
is
so-
that silicon being stored, by the by? Is that just being fed directly into the network?
No, right here. Well, the silicon dust.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just shunting into the network.
Okay. Okay.
It's fine. Look at this. Look downstairs. into the yeah. We're good. We're still fine.
I mean, we're fine, but that's a lot of red.
Those top 3 are 64Ks. They're not touched yet.
Oh, that reminds me. I attempted to do a crafting job over the weekend, which required 34,000 crafting storage. All of our crafting storage is currently capped at 32,000.
Yeah.
So
yep.
I can't do larger crafting jobs with our current setup.
Okay. I'll do that too.
Sweet.
No problem.
More things for the dangle.
So
Why red?
so it's red here, and if you go down one, it's orange, and if you go down one more, it's yellow. Actually, there isn't another floor down, but I was doing a descending rainbow because I go to the red floor.
I see. So you are planning on going down more.
No,
Your plans have been revealed.
I have no current plans to go down any further.
Okay.
Even though that is my first instinct. When I need more space, I just want to dig out another room over here. Like right here, down on the red floor, there's this gap right here.
Uh-huh.
I could just make a room out here and do all my chemistry in there.
Yeah, but that'd be boring.
I mean, I'm just saying. It's not hidden if you go to it. It's no more hidden than my reactor is right now.
Right? And I see you did manage to dig it a little bit lower than it potentially needed to be.
That's because it's an 8x8.
I mean, yeah.
She's huge.
Okay, so stuff and things. Is there anything that we like really need for progression, or are we just really trying to keep up at this point?
I think right now what I kind of think we should focus on, besides the silicon rubber, that's progression, is making sure we have all the stuff we need to rapidly advance. Like make sure we can get all the you've done most of that.
I've done a
So,
significant chunk of that, yes.
yeah.
The only thing I didn't do was the storage.
Right, that was the thing I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
That would be really nice, is to have these things also stored.
Yeah. I need to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, because I hit a point where I did some autocraft earlier, and it needed 2 different kinds of double plates, and so it was stuck waiting for the first one to go before it started the second, because all the machines were being used.
Right.
And so if we had those on backfill, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue.
Wouldn't be as big of an issue, yeah.
Right. So that's
I have to think about
the one downside to a completely on-demand system.
True.
Is there's an added weight to things.
Yeah, at one point over the weekend, I was needing to fill up the rest of these machines, like all the extruders for the bolts and stuff, that I only had one of each machine to do my initial setup. So I needed, I think it was 46 more extruders to fill out the walls.
Yeah.
I hit the crafting job and I went to go take a shower. Like, I knew that wasn't going to get done anytime soon.
Exactly. Yeah. Things like that.
Yeah. So how do, by the by,
with your setup, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm thinking it's going to be this room. This will be the easiest room to work with.
Yeah, and I expanded your ceiling too.
Oh, nice. I see that. Okay. So this room, the challenge with having the auto crafting like that is that nothing is set to craft. So we don't have the same situation as we did on the LV wall, where everything is just always crafting and can be stored as it's being crafted.
Right.
So the alternative to that is either interfaces or export buses set to craft.
Yeah.
But that requires filters.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, while I do like your system here and how fast it is going to be able to chew through a bunch of the things, I would say that the other, like the back in the processing floor, like the way how I got the dust and things set up, is its advantage is that it has a stockpile and it's got the auto crafting.
Right.
But and by no means am I suggesting redoing your room like this, because
No.
that would be terrible, because I mean, that would be a lot of work, and your system is really nice, anyways.
It does do the do. I just need to
does
make
do
it
what we
do the
need it to
do
do, yeah.
more.
Trying to figure out how to make that have a backfill automatically is gonna be tricky.
I will put brain power towards that. It is a challenge, and
Yeah.
I think challenge accepted. I have some thoughts.
Because with
behind
an
it.
export bus, I guess if we did a top row of a bunch of slaves, the controller slaves.
Right.
You
So
could do
each slave.
technically 2 imports onto each slave, one on top, one on the back.
Right.
So you can put 18 things into one slave.
I'm thinking through it, and I'm thinking I can get at least 3 exports on each one, potentially more, depending on how I have the room laid out.
Okay.
So that's where
Yeah.
my brain's already gone as we've been talking.
Right.
But manually configuring all that bullshit is going to be a little bit challenging.
It is.
And it's going to be. So what I was thinking with the storage thing, I didn't know how I was going to do it, but my thought was put some of the more commonly used stuff in there and just leave the drawers open and empty and locked, so that as we find something else we want to have on backstock, we can throw them in there. And just
Okay.
pick up item, throw it in wall, suddenly it's available to have overstock. I could do all of it, but this is going to take a lot of effort, so I'm not sure I want to.
Right, yeah.
Plus, I may or may not have set some things to autocraft that we can't do yet because I was thinking ahead.
Oh, you made the patterns for them anyways?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like the neutronium stuff and all that.
Well, like, that stuff just, it won't even trigger the
Right.
crafting job, I don't think.
It shouldn't if the materials aren't available, but I would have to test that. I might even test
Right.
that with one of the top tier stuff. And then the other problem is that I did add some items that we may not need hundreds of or even thousands of, but it would be nice to have them on hand, like for example the titanium fluid pipes that are needed to make extruders. We don't necessarily need 512 of them on stock unless we're planning on
No.
making 512 extruders.
Yeah,
So-
right.
Yeah, those kind of things.
Got it. Yeah.
But I will brain that a little bit. So what are you gonna tackle? What do you want me to tackle?
So at least right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a system to automatically make those the pulsating mesh for the simulation chambers.
Got it.
That way those can sit there and chew while I do other things, and then I can make all 128 simulation chambers and all that
Okay.
stuff once we have that backfill.
So you do have the thing that I made in the basement as an extension of your simulation chamber room. If that helps you decide how you could do it, like this up here,
What? Oh, wait. Where are you?
up
Oh.
DML room ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
So this thing.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking about. With all those chambers running, I don't know if this will be enough.
Well,
But-
but this could help decide how you're going to expand that process. Because this is just a single line to do the thing. And you could
Right.
easily do this in Eevee and do this as many times as needed in a chunk space.
Right, for sure.
And it would expand out significantly.
Also, I noticed this thing isn't outputting. I think you disconnected it, right?
I probably did something wrong. I don't know exactly what I did.
Yeah. Also, I had to expand the DMLs in here.
Oh, yeah. Not putting out
We're-
enough diamonds.
We were running, diamonds were going down about 1,000 an hour,
Oh, God.
which now it's climbing back up. It was down to 15,000, and we're just shy of 17, so
So
that
many
worked.
diamonds.
I know.
Okay. So I will put brain power towards the storage situation while I'm working on the silicon rubber.
Great.
I don't know where the silicon rubber is going to go.
Yeah. I was at, yeah. So the spot by your rocket fuel, that empty spot, I was gonna do the stuff for the epoxy boards right in that little quadrant. But you could do,
Okay.
I was gonna do it here because there's already chemical pipes and things, but
Yeah.
silicon rubber could go like here, for instance. You know,
Could
Who knows?
go there, yeah. Oh, we were also going to move the maintenance hatch, or the just maintenance hatch. That was reading the thing that came up on my screen. This thing. We were gonna move this into its own room with the other one until we took the other one down. So this might end up moving at some point.
Also, we can totally make the auto maintenance hatches now.
Oh, that'd be nice. Do those? How do those work exactly? They didn't need
I
to-
think they just automatically fix it
Oh, okay.
because they're just a higher tier.
But
Yeah, it
there's
says
like,
automatically maintaining multi-blocks.
but there's like 2 different ones.
Not the configurable, the automatic.
Ah, okay. And there's also the automatic filtration maintenance hatch. Automatically
yeah, but
maintaining
that's-
multi-blocks with cleaning?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
clean room,
that's,
okay.
that's later.
Later.
That's an ultimate voltage.
Got it. It doesn't actually say that on here?
It
So I
does if
couldn't
you
tell.
like look at how to craft it,
Oh, well, yeah.
but
Okay. Okay, so silicon rubber is a thing. Okay, good luck.
think
Howdy, Big D. Sorry, we were on a monologue at that point. A duologue. It's 2 of us. Ah, whatever. Howdy, Big D. How you doing? And also Sparkle, if you're still there. I see your mention of Link. Bah. Blorg. Blurf. Splort. Okie dokie. So, silicon rubber is the thing that we need. I technically need it in bar form for a few things, but we also need it in liquid form. I suspect it's made in liquid form, because that's how a lot of the weird chemically doodads are made. Let's check the dust form as well. Yep. Okay, so liquid form. Silicon rubber liquid form is just... It just polydimethylsiloxane and sulfur. Polydimethylsiloxane is chemical reactor. Silicon, methane, chlorine, water. And you get a hydrochloric acid and diluted hydrochloric acid. Okay. Or methanol and hydrochloric acid. Okay. I do believe we have an infinite amount of methanol. Let me take a peek here. There. That is not an infinite amount of methanol. Okay, that's good to know. Actually, that might be the infinite amount of methanol. Pretty sure. Yeah, so 8,000 is the max in that specific type of tank, and the 7,600 are the tanks that are being voided. So methanol is currently being voided for whatever we overproduce. And then 4,000 and 38,000 are the other number, hundreds, the other numbers. So that's fine. Okay, so methanol we have in bulk. Well, enjoy, question mark, writing your paper and lurking. No worries, Big D. Alright, so we need the dimethylsiloxane, and it's in the chemical reactor. And, I mean, we could do methane, chlorine, water, but I know chlorine is one that we were struggling to get in quantity because of the saltwater situation. So I think the easier answer would be methanol, and hydrochloric acid. But now that I think about it, hydrochloric acid is a chlorine product, so never mind. But what I could do is a double process. Methane, chlorine, water into hydrochloric acid and diluted. And then refeed that hydrochloric acid in with methanol and get even more out, but also be left with diluted hydrochloric acid. So how do we undilute the hydrochloric acid? Distillery. So I could have a short distillation tower to distill this out into more hydrochloric acid to feed back into the second process. So at the very least, we're getting an extended use of our chlorine. So we're going to need chlorine regardless, but we can extend the usage of our chlorine. I think that'll be good. Do we want to do the 80 to 40 at LV, 2.4 seconds? It'll go up to LV, so that'll be 1.2. It'll be a fraction of a second to process bits. And this one will be 30 seconds to process some. Probably be easier to use the distillery. I mean, MV, HV 15 seconds, LV, HV, EV would be 7.5 seconds for 2 buckets of process. This one will be probably more, now that I think about it. Oh, let me do some quick calculations. So we got 2,000 divided by 80, so that's 25 processes. Okay, so 25 processes running at, let's see, 7.5. Well then, it's identical either way. So an EV distillery, 1 block, I think would do justice instead of an entire distillation tower. Granted, we get the water and the hydrochloric acid out, but we only need the hydrochloric acid, which we can do through here. So, EV distillery. Your paper, describe how tree maintenance activities can both increase and decrease the failure potential of trees. Okay, fair enough. Sometimes leaving them be is the answer. How deep into quests are we? That's a good question. So we've done Genesis, we've done the beginning, we've done simulating resources, we've done all of early game. We're only 1 item short of doing all of matter energy, and I think that's just because this item requires the ultimate packager, which we're just not there yet. We've done almost all of Into the Microverse, except for that ultimate crafting here, which we can't get to just yet. We have the potential to distill liquid ender air, we just haven't done it yet. Mid-game, we're roughly 2/3 through, give or take.
We're pretty much out of titanium.
Ah, I see.
So
that's a problem.
Yeah.
Because I was just about to make some EV machines. Late game, I mean, we've technically done a couple items in late game, but yeah, we're not there yet, really. And then processing lines, progression is the overall track of where we're at.
Alright, well, I'm making 8 tier 1 microminers.
But we're at about half. 8 tier 1 microminers. Alright. It's going to take forever to process that, though.
Yeah, well, they'll trickle in. It's the only way we have to get titanium right now, so.
Yeah. I didn't realize we were that low on titanium.
The other thing we can do is just add stone dust into the whole processor, because then we can get the metal mixture for small portions of ilmenite. But yeah,
I see. A year's worth of mod pack work to do. It's not that bad. Okay, it's horrible, but it's not that bad. I mean, if I were to look back on how much we've done so far time-wise, let me do a quick number here. We have done 14 sessions of the pack so far together, and my sessions have been averaging 6 hours each. So numbers. Let's do 6 times 14, 84 hours. Plus, we have done a significant amount of work off stream and on weekends and stuff. So, yeah.
oh,
you
that
might
was
have
the
a
other thing I
while.
was going to add to my little crafting room down there. All the various like pulsating crystals and things. Those stupid little dudes.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, you guys have some time to play. Good luck. Good luck. Are you strictly keeping it to on-stream work only, or are you playing off-stream as well? Okay, so if we're low on the titanium, maybe I don't work on silicon rubber yet, because I need a handful of EV machines for that. So maybe I'll focus on the storage thing. On stream only at the moment, and about 4 hours a week. Oh dear. Seeing as we're doing about 12 hours a week because we're doing 2 streams at 6 hours each a week, I could see that taking some time. But there are more of you, so the math might work out in someone's favor there. I'm not entirely sure whose, but someone. Okay. Well, okay, never mind.
All right, the 8 microminers are going.
Okie dokie.
We'll slowly be trickling in the titanium.
And that's got a EBF, right?
It does. That reminds me though.
Yeah.
Check this out. Down on the EBF floor. Down on the orange floor.
Yeah.
Take a peek ski at all of these. Notice anything?
I noticed signs. Signs are wonderful.
I did label them what they're all doing, yes.
Yeah, that's nice. They're all nichrome.
At least.
Okay, so there's 2 tungsten steels.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. Am I supposed to be noticing something else, or am I being blind?
They're all Ivy now.
Ah,
I've upgraded their power.
I see. Oh, you did it from below. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So now they're all yet faster.
And the 4 amp is enough for each one of these?
Well, going into the 2, because these
Okay.
input hatches are 2 amp input only.
Ah, gotcha.
So we only needed those big 16 amp wires because we were doing 1 converter for all
Right,
the whole
right.
line. Yeah.
Okay, I dig it.
So yeah, they are faster now as well.
Wonderful. Yes, I mean 4 hours a week, which means you don't have to worry
Yeah,
as much
and
about
aluminum ingot
pushing.
gets done in 16 ticks.
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
How's the tungsten cook? 30-second time for tungsten.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
bad.
a long one.
Where's titanium happening?
Titanium are these back two. In the this
Ah,
one
okay.
is via the tetrachloride, and this one's via ilmenite.
All right.
Oh, looks like I missed one. This one's only Canthal. Whoops.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Shoot.
I was kind of waiting for a titanium to come through so we could see how long the cook is. But apparently that's going to take some time too.
It might, yeah.
Cool.
Also,
So no EV work for today.
we've got nichrome and Canthal being automatically done.
Nice.
Those are in the dust room in the ore processing area.
Nice. Howdy, kinder. How goes it?
But yeah, let's go check on how the processing there is going.
Yeah.
Well, I hear things running.
They are crunching.
That's a good sign.
Is, yeah.
Where are we? Is it second thermal centrifuges?
We have ore washing plants that are not moving. As in, they have full crushed tungstate ore, and they have full outputs as well.
But why?
But why indeed?
Oh, it's because the output box is full.
Ah,
It's
I see. And then where's that supposed to go, and why is that full?
this one's full. Oh my god.
What did you do? What did you do?
Oh boy, we found the limit. Oh my god.
Oh my
All right.
God.
Tell you what,
All right.
we're gonna need bigger crates here. Holy Okay, where is this being backed up and why? Why?
Here. This is the backup point. Wherever this goes. This box is the last box that's full of all the stone dust and shit.
Well, no, this one's full of stuff.
It's full of a different brand of stuff. Okay, never mind.
Tiny pile of tin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something went wrong somewhere.
It's with the packaging? It's the packager.
Did your packager
It's-
break because it got full and it doesn't have room to pull quantities of items to stack?
No. What happened? Curious.
Well, okay.
Well, I guess debugging this is now priority.
Yeah.
We're not getting any titanium
Nothing's finishing.
if nothing rolls out of here. Okay.
So this box here is empty,
Right.
and it stops here. So this.
I think it's the it's
The centrifuge is also not happening, but does the centrifuge output its items back into the packagers?
the centrifuge. Yeah, because it makes small and tiny piles, so it kicks back into
Right,
the
okay, got it.
packager.
So you've got some sort of backup with your packaging process, because it doesn't
Right.
have room to dump all of its various quantities of stuff back and forth.
Also,
alright.
the packagers aren't like this. Packager doesn't have anything in it, so it's not even like it's even rolling as fast as it should be.
Could it be the robot arms are being janky?
It's possible. Oh, I'm just gonna see if I can kick it a little bit here.
Centrifuges are going again. And I see items flowing in and out of the crate for the packager.
Okay, so that's good.
Yep, items are still moving.
My little kick seems to have helped.
Yeah. So I think we just kind of ran into a situation of too many items at once and not enough overflow stock.
Right, yeah, these stainless steel crates should be bigger.
Yes, but also that only extends the life of the problem.
Well, so at least what I'm thinking is like, it might extend the life of the problem or like push the problem out, but like there should be at least enough space in this box, for instance, because not everything gets centrifuged.
Right.
Like there's a filter on it for what things go into the centrifuge and which things don't. So if this had just a little bit more like space to it, then the stuff that doesn't need to go in can just keep filtering on through to the rest of the system.
Right, but judging on all the boxes that we checked on the way in, we have at least another 2 full stainless steel crates of stone dust backed up and passed earlier in the
True.
line.
I can turn stone dust centrifuging off and just let that all just kick through. And then I can just feed it in manually later.
Yeah.
Because the stone dust will give us tiny piles, or little bits of ilmenite eventually, which is titanium. So we'll want to process it, but we don't have to do it this instant.
Okay. So here, let me run something else past you.
Okay.
Large centrifuge unit. It's IV, and I'm moderately sure we have all the parts for it, or all the materials.
Well, we would if we had the titanium.
True. Well, is it titanium though? Because I'm seeing almost all the requirements for that as tungsten steel, which we have enough of. Tungsten cables, graphene wire, tungsten steel rods, plates, etc.
If you wanna slap one of those bad boys together or get all the pieces together, I'll just let the stone dust through so we can get this moving anyways.
Yeah, let the
And then
stone
we
dust
can
through, and then we can
replace-
export stone dust to that.
Right, and then we can just replace these 2 lines of centrifuges with the big boy.
Okay,
We
okay.
can figure out how fast it goes anyways.
How big is it, first off? It is
Which is wide.
5
not
by
very
5
tall.
by 3 high.
Yeah, it'll fit.
Okay.
Alright, let me let the stone dust through.
Alright, and I'll go work on the thing.
And just-
We're once
This is
again in
flowing.
damage control.
Well, it wouldn't be a modded Minecraft if the first thing you do isn't fixing your base.
True. Alright, so. Huge stainless steel fluid pipe. Let me go do that quick. Hang on. Machine room. Stainless steel fluid pipe. We need a huge, and we need one of them.
So this is probably the backfill of the 4 T1s and T2s that I did yesterday too.
Very possibly, yup.
Nice. So we're gonna get a lot of titanium suddenly.
Yup. Alright, let's just set this into autocraft. It'll be fine. Huge pipe. I was wondering if we needed a huge pipe or not. Apparently we needed a huge pipe. Alright, so of the things in here, we literally only have the mainframe. So let's see if we can do elite centrifuge. So we're gonna need machine hull. Let's craft up 2 of those. We are missing PTFE sheets. I'm assuming we have PTFE somewhere.
Should be in liquid form, yeah.
Ah, okay. Got it.
I don't know how much we have, but
Might need something to get that into ingot form, because I have PTFE sheets on autocraft, but I didn't realize we didn't have the ingot form of them. PTFE. We have a million buckets of it, so it's fine. Maybe that's something I need to add to my machine room as a solidifier for some of these things? I don't know. Do we have a solidifier? We have a solidifier. We probably have a solidifier somewhere else too. It'll be fine. Tank. PTFE in tank form. Basic solidifier, you can go away. So, damage control mode engaged. 16 left now. Doot doot doot. Okay, so I was making 2 machine hulls. PTFE sheets. I thought I had PTFE sheets on AutoCraft, but apparently I do not. PTFE sheets. Are made. Ah, that's why I didn't, because we have this situation. Okay. Do we have a plate mold? We do. Plate mold. So we can at least get some sheets going. We'll figure this part out later. I think we need PTFE bars for something. Might be the pipes. Might be the rods. I don't remember for sure. I'd have to check my sheet, but I don't feel like it. So we might need it in bar form. We might need it in sheet form. I don't know. But it's fine. We'll deal with it. Okay. PTFE sheets. Have to be in the network for it to work. Okay. 2. Start. We do have IV machine hulls on AutoCraft, so that those are just going to wait on the double plates, I believe. Yep, platinum cable's going. Should be good. Might need to double check my cable craftings. I'm gonna go double check my cable craftings. What happened here? What happened here? Oh. Platinum cables. Ah. Silicon rubber. Right. Alright. Minor hitch. The platinum cables needed for all the IR stuff require the silicon rubber. So we're back to that.
Oh, fair enough.
Okie dokie. So let me pull those out of the network. Let me cancel that job. That was my backpack. I need that. Okay, so silicon rubber. Silicon rubber. Let's go back to that, because that's kind of an urgent need now. So I need a chemical reactor to make silicon rubber. So chemical reactor. New page. I'll delete that stuff later. Silicon. Which one is this? Silicone rubber. Okay. So we need chemical reactor. We need chemical reactor. And then we need silicon dust. We need chlorine, water, methane. I'm pretty sure we have methane because that's coming from
All right, I think the clog has been
things fermented biomass.
officially plungered.
Okay,
Just needs to run. Just gotta process it now.
Good. Pretty sure we're getting it from the fermented biomass as our primary source of methane at the moment. I think there are other sources that we can work on as well if necessary, but they'll get started at least. Okay, so methane, it's fine. Chlorine we're getting, water we have. And then we need another chemical reactor for this process. So what is that, 3 chemical reactors? Chemical reactor, chemical reactor, chemical reactor. And then the diluted hydrochloric acid we can undilute with a distillery. Okay, so chemical reactor times 3, distillery. Alright. Titanium is coming in. How much is it going to cost to craft? Like, I wasn't expecting us to get to the point of how much is it going to cost me to craft X thing, because we were so flush with materials for so long. But between the two of us working over the weekend, we burned through all of our 2,000 plus titanium, mostly crafting several EV machines. I think I got the lion's share of that, but I know he was working on it too, so we're both equally to blame for not paying that much attention to our titanium stock. Alright, do I have... Yeah, so I have the EV chemical reactors. Let's see how much it's going to cost me to make 3 of those. It is 30 titanium. That's not bad. Alright, do you have any urgent needs for the titanium?
No.
Like any EV machines planned in the near future?
Well, I guess for all of the things that I was talking about making automation and stuff for, but not
Okay.
at the moment. Why?
Well, because I'm going to need about 38 of our 128 titanium to make the silicon rubber.
Oh, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the advanced chemical reactors. Then I need a distillery, which I don't think I set to autocraft. So let's just friggin' do it. I did the most common machines, but that was not on my common machine list. Distillery, EV, this one. And then we just put it in a box somewhere. There's my other EV machines. There you are. There. Distillery. All of these are EV machines. Extruder, bending machine, wire mill, lathe, mixer, electrolyzer, smelter, macerator, etc. There's probably others. I didn't do all of them for sure, but that's fine. Let's make a distillery. EV distillery. Next. 13 more. Okay. Alright, so while that cooks, it's going to be a short moment. We were going to do that upstairs. Like here or here. He was going to do something here, so I can do it here. It'll be fine. Because it's not a huge chain. It's just going to require some creative pumping. Creative pumping, creative piping. So let's get that started. We're going to need conduits and conduits and conduits and conduits. Well, paper's already finished. Nice, Big D. Nice. So we're going to need silicon rubber. I probably will want a fluid solidifier at the end of this line, but for right now, I think we can just store it in the network. That'll be fine. So let's do fluid storage bus. And let's do a fluid import bus. We'll do a fluid storage bus. I need a fluid export bus at the very least. Actually, I'm going to need several of those. Water, methane, chlorine. There was a fourth one. At least a couple more. Let's do 5 for now. Need some cables. Let's grab my chemical reactors and my distillery. My face explode. All right. So let's do. Oh, I need things. I need. $4 amp energy converter? I've only got 4 machines. Yeah, that'll be fine. EV 4 amp energy converter. Yeah, there we go. And then that means I'm going to need 4x N steel wires. Yeah, EV 4 amp. Just making sure. Okay. So let's start over here. We're going to put you there. We're going to put you these. Whoops. Okay. Alright. Boopity boop. Yeah, we can just do this way for now. Okay. Power. 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 Good. Power's happening. Alright, so into the first one. The first one is going to be let's have this side as the end product. And this will be fine. So this will be the end product and that'll be the silicon rubber. So that will come out and we'll store that into the network. So that'll be fine. So this one is only going to be taking the physical dust and sulfur dust. So we're going to need an interface, I do believe. Maybe a fluid interface would also be good in this situation, rather than exports. We'll see. Alright, so let's do interface. Interface. Those should both be online. Alright, so you are going to need sulfur. And you are going to need water. And let's see, we're also going to need methane. Methane, chlorine, and water. Methane, chlorine, water. But we also need, I think it was methanol. For this step, so methanol, yes. Alright, so that should be good. Sulfur here. I don't think we need anything else. Ah, silicon dust, yes. Silicon dust. Might change those to full stacks, but we'll see how quickly it can filter everything. So, let's see what order all these things need to go into. I need some fluid filters, which we don't have on Autocraft. Might be time to fix that. Fluid filter. Fluid filter on Autocraft now.
Okay, at least the titanium or the EBF that processes the titanium tetrachloride takes 10 seconds to run.
Oh,
We're
nice.
We're not doing the ilmenite just yet, so I can't see how fast that one goes, but it's at least 1 ingot every 10-ish seconds.
That's pretty good.
Well, slowdown is the 20 seconds of processing for the tetrachloride, so I guess it's 1 every 20 seconds.
Okay.
So,
How are we doing on chlorine and whatnot?
well, the chlorine for that is going to be fine because one of the admittedly unfortunate automations that I set up on the MV portion, the manual wall there, is to reprocess the magnesium chloride that produces back into magnesium and chlorine.
Ah, okay.
So all the chlorine that we're using, we're getting back.
That's good.
Yeah.
And actually, when I'm doing the silicon rubber, there's a reprocessing step that at least lets me save on chlorine. We're still going to be using chlorine though for this. So that's a problem.
Right. But that's okay. We are sitting on 12,000 buckets right now of chlorine.
Okay, it's pretty decent.
So we're okay.
So that needs to be there, and that needs to be there.
Any slowdown is going to be again with oxygen because we don't have the oxygen, so we're not making a sulfuric acid, which isn't going to be producing like any of the PVCs or the polyethylenes that you might need, and
Right.
also the sulfuric acid for the ore processing room that's needed.
Ugh.
I know.
We bottlenecked ourselves accidentally.
A little bit. At least some of these ingredients coming through to be electrolyzed give off oxygen, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the processing, but like, we're bottlenecked behind titanium, so we can't expand the oxygen production. We're bottlenecked behind the silicon rubber, which is a new tech that we're still working on, but that's almost bottlenecked behind chlorine, which we can't expand because of the lack of titanium. That's gonna take a little bit to recover, but we'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be alright.
Okay, so this one is set to take in the sulfur and the polymethylsiloxane, which is the final step to making the silicon rubber. So then the polymethylsiloxane is made in the first chemical reactor. So this one needs an item as well. And you're going to need an item. I think all three of these are going to need silicon dust for each of these. Yeah. And then we're going to need filters, fluid filters for each of these as well. Alright, so you and you. Okay. Alright, so insert filter. It doesn't matter, so these can be just regular old filters for silicon, which is somewhere in here. Did I not have silicon? Okay, fine. There, now it's on my list. Silicon. Filter. Silicon. Alright, now this distillery is the end of the chain, which is going to be taking the diluted hydrochloric acid and undiluting it. So you need another fluid filter for diluted hydrochloric acid.
Alright, the ilmenite processing EBF is also a 10-seconder.
Nice.
We've got, now that it's starting to chew through that, we've got just a constant backlog of it.
Good, good.
So that one at least will be one every 10 seconds.
So we do have a decent amount of hydrochloric acid in the network. So maybe we can get away with this. Maybe. I don't know where we're generating it though, so it'd be nice to not have to rely on that. So we are going to undilute, which I think required a circuit. Because that requires a number 2 circuit to undilute back into hydrochloric acid. So we'll put the number 2 circuit in here. So hydrochloric acid is going to come out of here, which is then going to feed back into both of these, I believe. No, hydrochloric acid is going to be an output. And an input to this one. Okay, so second machine is silicon dust, methanol, hydrochloric acid. So fluid filter. And that is going to be methanol, hydrochloric acid. Alright. And then silicon is here. Diluted goes into here. Hydrochloric acid comes out of here. Hydrochloric acid goes into here. Diluted comes out, etc., etc., etc. And then in this one, silicon goes in. Both hydrochloric acid and diluted hydrochloric acid come out because we're making that through here. So we're just kind of recycling it. It's probably not going to go perfectly according to plan, but it'll be fine. Right, and then out comes, from both of these, comes the polydimethyl siloxane. That's a real mouthful to say. And then that goes into here, which we already have filtered with sulfur. And then out of here is going to be the silicon rubber this away, which then I will put a storage tank back over in the fluid storage section to have in the network for purposes. So I do believe we are done. Fluid off here, because no fluids are going in and out of this one. This one's filtered item input. And I don't think we're getting any. We are getting item output and we are getting fluid output. So both of these need to be extract. And insert extract. Both filtered inputs. And then you are filtered input. And then you are not going to be an item output, so no item needs to come here, because this is just the end of the diluted to non-diluted line. Alright. Okay. Okay. And then you are going to need to be a speed demon. That's a filter. That's not what I wanted. Speed. There we go. And speed. Okay, so extract. Just making sure items go where they're supposed to go. Sulfur dust. 1. Limited item filter. Okay. So let me get some sulfur and silica. So these first need to be filtered correctly. And then you need to be filtered correctly. Mildly obnoxious, but that's fine. You can also go up. Item filter. I don't think this one matters at all. That one doesn't matter. That one shouldn't matter. Okay. So, 64. 64. This one doesn't matter because this one is just processing silica dust and the liquids. 64. Okay. Now, fluids. Extract. You're doing a thing, but you're not doing a thing. Why aren't you doing a thing? Because you need a number 2 circuit, and you are a non-circuit. Number 2 circuit. Okay. So number 2 circuit, making sure that this was all set up in theory prior to doing the thing. Okay. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. We have silicon rubber. And we're getting some silicon rubber. It's not fast, and we're probably going to need to expand this at some point. But it gets me stuff. What I would love to figure out, and I don't know if I know how to do this yet, is I would love to figure out how to get this one to only cook when it needs to, because this one can run on hydrochloric acid and methanol. So as long as we're getting hydrochloric acid coming back from the diluted, I want this one to take precedence. But currently it's being filled up with pure hydrochloric acid from this process here. And I don't know how to slow this one down. How to get methanol there? How to get methanol? Did I not? I didn't filter your fluids. It just happened to work correctly the first time. And then you are getting diluted hydrochloric acid into the tank here, which you shouldn't. Okay. That's gonna be a thing. So we're going to let this drain out as this processes, and this uses the hydrochloric acid. So I accidentally left this one at intake, so it started getting filled up with diluted hydrochloric acid. This is dead. Okay. So, methanol. Hang on, I gotta... PTFE sheets, that thing, this thing. Alright, so let's filter the fluid input on this, because I apparently wasn't smart enough to do that. So you need methane. chlorine, and water. That sounds familiar based on your description. I know we saw the fidget ring spinners. Yeah, the spinny dice. Yeah, those were for sale at the last Gen Con I went to. Saw a bunch of people fiddling with them. Alright, so you are good. You are good. You are happening. So the one thing I don't like about these fluid interfaces is that they are supposed to keep these tanks stocked at all times. But clearly it didn't, because these tanks emptied out briefly enough to get the diluted hydrochloric acid into those spots, so they were no longer available. So they don't work perfectly, unlike these ones that do seem to work perfectly. I don't know why, but whatever. It did the thing. So we are now clearing our backlog of diluted hydrochloric acid. There is probably some method that I can do to detect diluted hydrochloric acid somewhere. And as long as that exists and will turn into hydrochloric acid, then don't do this method. But I don't know how to do that. But let's clear this out so it can get chlorine again. So it can go back through the process. You. Nope, that's not what I wanted. You. 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 There we go. Alright, so that's methanol back in the network. This is all happening. So we are burning through chlorine. And I don't necessarily know how to make that stop happening. And that might just be a thing where I just use this method for hydrochloric acid and export hydrochloric acid from the network because we're getting it from something. I think it's a byproduct of a whole bunch of stuff that does chlorine, rather than burning through fresh chlorine. So that might just be a thing that we have to do. But even then, we're going to be exporting hydrochloric acid from the network. So the diluted that gets undiluted will end up being extra hydrochloric acid, which I guess we could just dump back in the network to repeat the process. Might be an idea. Maybe we do that. So kill the methane, kill the chlorine, kill the methane, kill the chlorine. Do hydrochloric acid instead as an option. So this one will always be full. This one we can reconvert back into, or convert into this method instead, methanol, etc. Let's do those filters. So you will be methanol and hydrochloric acid without water. I mean, that's certainly a reason to pick one up, or you could just pick one up because you think it's neat. Because I had non-standard D20s in my last game, and I found myself still instinctively reaching for the regular old D20s. So I don't think I'd ever get rid of the regular D20s at this point. Alright, so you're full of silicon rubber. I do need a bucket. I don't know if I need a bucket specifically, but it's easier to work with a bucket. Bucket. Now we need a tank. I got a bucket.
Of? Oh my god, new cable covering.
Yeah.
Well, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
In your automation room, do you have cutting saws?
No, but there are tentative plans for that, for things like silicon, Certus quartz plates and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, because lapis plates and diamond plates need it.
Yeah, those are on my to-do list, but they kind of got
Well,
partially
that's fair. I just didn't
forgotten.
know if you already have space for them or not.
There is a space, so yes.
Cool.
Just haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Are those things you need automated soonish?
No, I just went to make a fluid terminal and saw that I took lapis plates. I was like,
Yep,
oh,
yep, yep.
yeah.
Yeah, lapis plates, diamond plates, Certus and nether quartz plates. There's also, I think, a couple of the rubber bits need cutting saw to get good plates out of them. I don't remember for sure, but there's a few on my list for that. Let's consult the list, shall we?
Are you over in that area by chance?
Not at the moment.
Oh, okay, never mind.
And I was going to automate something. What was I going to automate? I came down here specifically to make a thing and then realized I didn't want to make it by hand, so I was going to automate it. Tanks. Yes, the super tanks. Okay. Do you think we're ever going to go up to a higher level of the super tanks other than the tier 2s that we've got currently? Or do you think a million buckets of something is enough backstock?
1,000. It's probably good enough. Because I mean, I don't want to say not too long from now, but it's going to be too long from now.
Mm-hmm.
Like eventually we'll hit the quantum tank, and then we don't need to worry about storing liquids ever again.
Got it.
So quantum tank, we just need to hit tier 10 microminer. So
Oh, is that all?
that is all.
Okay.
But I don't actually know how. I mean, it's gonna be a couple of days, but I don't actually know. We'll see.
You have high hopes for us if you're thinking a couple of days to get to tier 5 microminers.
Tier 10.
10. What? 10. Yes, 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so those casings are not... Yep, okay, so casings, tanks. Yep. Alright, I just need a spot to put it. Here's a perfectly cromulent place to put it. Right there. Kinder, I think you may be bringing a little bit too much stuff to D&D. Just saying. Okay. Ooh, iridium. Let's see. So, tank. Super tank. Super tank. Okay. So we need sign. Silicon rubber. Silicon rubber. Lock it. Store it. Screw it. Cable it. That'll be fine. That's fair. I forgot your DMing. DMing does involve lots of extra stuff. Our DM is currently borrowing all of the figures from our usual host. Our usual host is the guy who did all the painting of figures and did all the buying of figures and stuff. He was just the figure guy. So our DM is borrowing a whole bunch of figures, so he's now coming with like 3 bags of shit for figures and whatnot. So I suppose that's fair. Alright, so silicon rubber. Now I just need to import it. There we go. Okay, so silicon rubber is happening. It is now... I don't want to just pump it back into the fluid interface because the fluid interface could fill up. So we're going to import it. As much as I don't necessarily want to, because it would be so much easier to just dump it back into there. Import's the safer bet. So we import and the cable and the cable and the conduit. Alright, silicon rubber. Now, what we can do is we can switch out the silicon, the rubber that is in my machine room. In these things, can switch this out for silicon rubber. Silicon rubber. Do we have an overflow of rubber? Is that what's happening here? Where do we have fluids? We have an overage of rubber. I see. You're not gonna miss a little bit of rubber, are you?
Define a little bit.
Couple hundred buckets.
No, why are you avoiding it?
Yes.
Oh. Why?
Because I'm upgrading my cable production to use silicon rubber instead of rubber, and our rubber tank is full, so my only option is to get rid of it.
Then yeah, knock yourself out.
I shall.
Get rid of it. I don't want it.
Good, because I don't want it either. Plunge. Plunge. Silicon rubber. Plunge. Now, this is going to be a little bit problematic because I'm not producing that much silicon rubber yet. So these machines aren't going to fill immediately. But they will fill when we have some. Alright. Silicon rubber is done. And we now have the ability to make platinum cables, which means we can now make some IV machines.
Nice.
So now I'm going to go back to that idea of the centrifuge unit. Two. Start. I hear the sounds of chunking happening. Two machine hulls. Alright. So. We are missing all of these things. So let's make 2. Well. 2, 4, 6. We'll make 6 IV motors. We are missing graphene dust and tungsten ingots. More problems.
Gosh. What?
We don't have any tungsten ingots. I assume you're turning that all into something else, like tungsten carbide and whatnot. Tungsten steel, probably. We need straight tungsten ingots. At least according to the crafting recipe I'm attempting to make currently.
Alright, 1 sec. Let's take a little gander.
And then graphene.
So the ore processor is currently chewing through scheelite, which will give tungsten once it gets processed. So that'll.
Do you have all the tungsten set to autocraft into something else though?
No. Well, I have it limited to 500-ish ingots of both the carbide and the tungsten steel, which we are over, so those shouldn't
Okay, good.
run.
Okay.
So yeah, once the tungsten comes through, then it should be popping in, but
Okay.
I guess we're just waiting.
Is it also possible that we are not cooking tungsten? Because I see we have 64 tungsten dust in the network that is not turning into tungsten ingots.
We are cooking tungsten ingots.
Okay.
Yes. That's one of the front EBFs here. Yeah, she's going. It's the 30 seconds per ingot, so it's just gonna be a minute. That's all.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Because we still have 64 exactly tungsten dust in the network that's not being turned into ingots.
Right. So you come over to the ore processing room, the bottom floor.
Yeah,
That's this right here.
that's that box. Yes.
So that is sitting there because we need it to mix for tungsten steel and tungsten carbide. So I got some on back hold. So since this box is filled, every dust that gets made from upstairs is going into the EBF.
Ah, I see.
So,
Um,
because otherwise, that macerator is just gonna, like, if I empty that box out, the macerator is just gonna grab it and crush it back into dust, and then it'll get smelted, and then it'll just keep looping. But this guy she is going.
so I wonder, because since I have complained about said problem, this has had time to cook at least a couple ingots, none of which are in the network. So they are being consumed if they are being produced.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're being consumed by, because
So
I haven't
they're
automated anything tungsten related.
It's probably going into the internal buffer of the macerator. And then once that fills, which will happen once the looks like it's an internal buffer thing. But if you come upstairs twice.
So this has a significant internal buffer it's got to fill. It's got to fill 4 stacks of ground up tungsten before it's going to stop.
Well, then there, fixed.
Oh, okay.
But up here, these thermal centrifuges are doing the scheelite, which is more tungsten. So that was going to, as this gets processed through, that's going to now add more dust to the overall everything. Gets melted.
Got it. So
Tungsten
still on hurry up and wait mode.
Right. The scheelite and the tungstate in this box.
Well, I mean, yeah, we have some.
So like, yeah, it's just gotta run. So, but in the meantime, I turned off the output on the interface here, so this won't be grabbing anything anymore. You'll see that number's going down, but we should start getting ingots back.
So where is this then going? Because these are supposed to be done.
They are done. Now it's going into the smelter. Or into the EBF.
So the EBF is pulling from these?
EBF's pulling from any tungsten dust source in the network.
But this isn't in the network, this drawer. So what's taking from the drawer?
Right here.
Oh, okay. Got it. I thought you had that separated out, so you always had the backlog.
Nope.
Got it.
All this stuff is on AutoCraft via the interfaces up above, and we got a backlog of them.
So yeah, it was the macerator that was killing it because it had 4 stacks worth of ground up dust. It was supposed to be trying to backlog.
Yeah, so we had to wait for 5 stacks essentially of dust to back up.
Right.
So
Okay.
now that that's turned off, it should start.
We do have 4 tungsten ingots in the network now, so this is
See,
good.
crisis averted.
Good, good, good.
I don't remember what I was doing.
Averting crises,
Well, sure.
plural.
Oh, right, I remember now.
Okay,
Crises.
so now I'm trying to make these. Okay, got it. All right, now back to uncrisising. As soon as I figure out where the hell I'm going. Oh, this pack, this map, everything. It's all hurt my brain. All right, so elite thermal centrifuge. 6. Missing 6. Okay, so we need 6 more tungsten ingots for this. But we also need graphene dust, which we don't have. We do have something graphene in the network. No, we have graphene wire. Okay, so graphene is the next problem I've got to solve. Graphene. How do I get graphene? Graphene is a mixture of graphite, silicon, and carbon dust. Do we have any other options? No. Okay. That's an easy one, though. So having graphene on autocraft would be handy. Okay. That's good. That's good. Hello, Gila. How are you, kitty? How are you, kitty? So what I could do is I could do... We have an EV mixer. Before I do the next crisis solving problem, do you have anywhere that is automatically making graphene?
No.
Okay. Do you have a spot in your machine room where I could easily plug in a single mixer?
Sure. Yeah, actually, you can like add it right here
Ah, okay.
to this blank space.
Okay. That'll work. I just need a single 8x and steel wire mixer. Done. Now, this is going to output to here, so I could just do a drawer output. Basic drawer, key in the offhand. Okay. Screwdriver. I don't want to mess with this. Screwdriver? I think it's a screwdriver. I'm trying to figure out if he's got a cover on this thing and how it's set up, but it's probably fine. What are these things doing? Ah, these are the gem setups. Okay, so you can be graphene. You can be graphene. So we need another interface. And graphene is graphite, silicon, carbon, and we need a 1 circuit. Alright. Carbon, silicon, graphite. all of which we have readily available in the network in the thousands, the several of thousands. So now I just need to get the items down into here, and I do believe the conveyor is probably the best bet for that. Yeah, so let's grab a conveyor. I don't think it particularly matters which conveyor. It doesn't need to be terribly fast, so let's do an HV. That's fine. And I think I would like these to be stacked. So, carbon, silicon, graphite. Carbon, silicon, graphite. I did it again.
Do you see how I have all my stuff set up?
No. Are you using conveyors for the item movement?
No, there's a robot arm in between.
Oh, robot arm. Okay.
And then you use... Well, actually here, if you grab a screwdriver, and if you screwdriver like this, the mesh alloy furnace up at the top of it, you can see, so you have it set to
Yep.
import, keep exact, and then you use the item filter to tell how many of each item, and then it will put just that many into
Got
the
it.
machine.
Got
So you
it.
can do that for ratios and whatnot. And since the MV robot arms move 32 items per second, like you don't really need to go higher for these.
How do I remove a cover that I've already put on there?
A crowbar.
Grober.
Yeah. Crowbar and lattice. Well, I got it. There you go.
You're welcome. Robot arm. Alright. So I need those dusts again. Silicon dust and graphite dust. So the problem is, I'm going to end up using up all of our graphite. And I don't know where we're getting graphite yet. So that's going to be the next problem to solve. But you go there. Alright, 64 export. Keep exact. Sure. Sure. And then I need filter. That one. Regular old item filter. Yep. Okay. Regular old item filter. And then I do believe I need a wrench. How do? How do? So I've wrenched. So at the top is the output. I need to wrench to the bottom as the output. There we go. Ah, there we go. It was the import part. Alright, so we are making graphene dust. This is happening. And I have it set to keep exact, so it should be stopping at a stack of each in here. Yeah, there we go. It's not doing 64 items a second. Fascinating. Ah, might be because of that. That thing that I never filtered. There we go. Okay, so graphene dust in the pocket goes down here. Auto out.
So did you shut off all of the cable production then?
No.
Because aluminum, 2x aluminum cables are not going
Let
anywhere.
me double check to see if I didn't break something. Okay, so what happened, and let me fix this for now. I converted all of the assemblers to use silicon rubber, but we haven't produced enough silicon rubber to fill all the machines yet.
Oh.
So your cable happened to go into a machine that didn't have rubber in it yet. So I'm going to change that so that we're not outputting to those until they have stuff in them.
Got it. Okay.
So I put your cables into one that does have rubber in it.
Ah, there it goes. Thanks.
Yup. Okay, so silicon rubber is not coming quickly. It was coming quickly until something happened. Well, let's go find out what the something is. We have hydrochloric acid, we have methanol, we have all those things, we have these things. This one's not happening because it got methane in it, or it didn't get a chance to finish clearing the methane. So let's grab that. And then we need to clear out the water as well. I don't think it matters if we clear out the water, but just in case, we'll clear out the water. What the hell is that? Fragment of midnight. Ooh, fancy.
They laughed at me. They said it couldn't be done.
Were they right?
No.
Oh, tier 5. Nice. Alright, so now we're producing silicon rubber again. Yeah, there was just a little bit of a backup when I was converting these from one recipe to another. So we're back to good again. Alright, good. Okay, so let's take this key out of my pocket because that's just
The
driving me nuts.
question is, which of these do we want to do? Probably the top one.
Let me take a peek. Tier 5 micro miner. So let's see. Top one does look promising. Although the second one is Naquita.
Oh, I have Naquata as the top one for me.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Let's see what that's all. What? The big microminer or microverse is on Ivy, right?
It is currently in the network. It is not even assembled. But it was for Ivy if we were to reassemble it, yes.
Oh, that's right. We broke it down.
We broke it down to move the building.
To move the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, not like we're gonna send it through anyways. Our processor's backed up.
Oh, right.
We got time.
We got time.
All right. I'll just microminer's just thrown in the network then.
Good. It'll be there for when we want it.
Yep.
Okay. So now what are we backed up on? Ah. What? Full on diluted. Full on hydrochloric. And then yeah, so we're full on diluted because okay. I need to solve this problem. This is the problem that I was worried about and I wasn't expecting it to happen. But ultimately my need to change the diluted back into the hydrochloric acid to save on usage of hydrochloric acid is great, but it's causing me problems. So let's see if we can solve this. I can't solve it with priority. No, because that's an insert priority. So it's if I set insert priority for fluid, it's going to insert priority both of these fluids, and it doesn't matter where it's coming from. I can't export priority, so that's not a thing. So really the only answer that I see is importing this hydrochloric acid back into the network. But that's also not going to work if our hydrochloric acid in the network is full. Let's see where we're at. We are full. So even if I were to set that to import to the network, it wouldn't import into the network because it's full. So how do we solve this problem? Alright, I have a conundrum, and this is more of a logical conundrum, and I don't know how to solve it yet.
Okay.
So, come up to clean room, or next to clean room.
Yeah.
So here's the silicon rubber.
Sure.
So middle two machines are using hydrochloric acid and methanol to produce the dust item that goes into making silicon rubber.
Mm-hmm.
They output diluted hydrochloric acid, and then the final machine is undiluting said acid.
Yep.
Problem is, the hydrochloric acid is also in the network, and we're not getting back enough from the undiluting process to continuously feed the process. So I do need to export hydrochloric acid from the network. But as I'm exporting hydrochloric acid from the network, the whole thing backs up because it can't use the distilled hydrochloric acid to feed back into the system. And the network is full because we're overproducing it in various locations, but I don't think we want to dump it because chlorine is difficult to come by.
Tank the diluted,
Yeah.
and so that way you just dump the diluted into the network, and then have like 2 of these machines undilute it.
That only backlogs the problem, unless you're talking about tanking the diluted and voiding the excess. I was trying to avoid voiding our chlorine.
Well, let's see. Where's the so
Hydro-
hydrochloric is backed up.
It's
right?
backed up, and if we were to set that to void, all of my problems would be solved. But I don't think we want to void anything that's chlorine based because it's moderately obnoxious to get.
Slapped on a second tank for hydrochloric.
That's only gonna temporarily delay the
Then
problem.
Then we start voiding. I mean, those are the options. Either we increase the storage or we void the excess.
But can we think of a way that my distillation process can be the primary source of the hydrochloric acid for it to use first before it exports from the network? Because that would also solve the problem. Only export from the network when there's actually no.
Have your system export to a tank with a higher priority at a 102 instead of a 101.
No, because whatever's overproducing hydrochloric acid is then just going to fill that tank.
Then I
See, this is the logical problem I was running into. Like, how do I solve this? How do I set it up to use the distilled hydrochloric acid first, and then only fill from the network when needed? I don't think I have anything. So if we did a separate pipe, hydrochloric to hydrochloric, that would separate it out from the input.
I'm wondering
from the
about like
network.
if you have an unconnected network tank as an intermediary. Well, no, hold on. Yeah. Okay. So you put a tank here for hydrochloric acid that doesn't have a storage bus on it. It has an export bus on it, or an import bus. And then I mean, I guess anything that uses hydrochloric will pull from either source, either the storage tank and the fluid storage or your import bus equally, maybe.
I don't follow.
All right. Well, pretend this is a super tank, right? And we just have a line coming from here, exporting into here, or just dumping into the tank, and then instead of a storage bus on this side going out, we put an import bus. So the only thing dumping into here will be your stuff, and then whenever anything needs hydrochloric, this nothing will backfill into here except for your system. It'll only pull into the network to get used wherever it needs it.
It doesn't work that way,
Well,
but that does give me a different idea.
okay, well, as long as we get there.
Yeah, because the import bus doesn't make it available to the network to use.
Oh, that's right. We figured that out with
Yeah,
the oven downstairs.
Yeah.
With the heavy oil.
but setting it up as a sub-network might work.
Yeah, you can do that.
Might be able to do a sub-network. I'm thinking
Yeah.
this is going to be a difficult thing. So
My
hydrochloric
recommendation
acid
is to
here.
color your cables in the sub network something else.
Yes, absolutely. I tend to go for purple, but unfortunately,
That's the default. That's why in the other room, or the other building, I used red, but I didn't end up using the sub network at all.
I mean, purple is technically a different color. It just doesn't look all that much different. Because the Fluix cables are technically uncolored, so I could color one purple, but it wouldn't be visually distinct enough. All right, let me do some pondering here. I think that might be something we can work with. Okay, so let's see.
All right.
So if we have a tank, we have a tank. Let's assume said tank is, I don't want to hook it up to the network at the moment because it'll start just filling. Tank, hydrochloric. Pumping out into tank. Pumping from tank into here. Level emitter. So we're going to need a separate fluid interface, I think. And I might even be able to do this without a separate subnetwork. No, because we'd need to do a level emitter on the quantity of hydrochloric acid in the subnetwork. If the subnetwork is 0, import from here. And then stop when it's over X number of buckets or whatever. And then as this dilutes, or as this distills back into hydrochloric acid, it'll feed back in, which will keep the level going until this imports, I think. That is a mildly obnoxious process to think through. Yeah. Okay. So if I put you here, I think it's just going to start getting hydrochloric acid. Or diluted. I'm not sure which it's going to get. And that's going to be a problem because once you've got stuff in the pipes, it starts kind of doing whatever hell it feels like. But hydrochloric, perfect. We're locking you in. Alright, so we're now getting hydrochloric so that diluted can happen. Let's get Another fluid interface. You can be a not insert, thank you very much. Alright, and you can be hydrochloric acid. You cannot be hydrochloric acid. Alright, so that currently we are not getting any fresh hydrochloric acid into this system. We're purely going off of the diluted leftovers. Yeah, and we're not distilling fast enough to handle this. Because the distilling is happening. But it's not happening terribly quickly. Okay. But we also determined that using the big distillery is not going to be any faster. It's just going to be larger quantities at a time. So this is going as fast as a single distillery can go, which is fine. I think I might want more distilleries in this line eventually, just because it's all backed up basically. That's not too bad. One or two more distilleries might be enough. Yeah, one or two more distilleries would be fine. Alright, so we are down to 7 buckets, 8 buckets. And we are up to 23 buckets? So then we feed this back into the network, extract. And that fills these back up. Okay. Alright, so then let's do a fluid storage bus. Fluid storage bus, please. Ah, we don't have fluid interfaces auto-crafted. It's fine, we have some access here. Okay, so this can go, we're going to do this on the back side here. Okay, so this is going to be the fluid storage bus. Partition, oh there we go, partition storage. Alright, and then you're going to be a different network. We'll use the red, because we got some red. Different network. And I also need a quartz fiber. I think I should just be able to connect this away. So that then powers this device, and this device is technically its own standalone network. Actually, what I need to do... I need to undo that. Because I need a level emitter on this guy. Yeah, okay. So I need you there. Level emitter is going to be there. And then you just need to connect up to... I think you are connected up to the network? Yeah. You're getting your power that way. Got it. Alright, so then let's do the level emitter. I think we need a fluid level emitter. Yeah, fluid level emitter. are going to be hydrochloric acid. Emit when levels are above or equal to limit. Emit levels when they're below limit. So when they're below 1? Amount in millibuckets. So we'll do a bucket. Okay. And then you are going to be... you are going to be extract hydrochloric acid when there is a signal. So when this tank goes down below a bucket left, this will set to import from the network into these two machines, which will then restock with diluted hydrochloric acid, and then this will go back up above, and then we should be good. I think we've solved it. I think I got it.
Nice.
You want to come see? This is kind of an obnoxious problem to solve, and it's such a simple solution.
Yes. Oh, also the one thing I didn't tell you about with the way I have these drawers and stuff set up,
Yeah.
and I just fix it for the graphene.
Okay.
I have them limited to either 1 or 4 stacks, just that way we don't like burn all of the constituents.
I was actually
components,
wondering
but-
about that because we only have like 600 graphite in the network, and I was going to look at how to solve that problem next.
Right. So
So yeah, fair.
I limited the graphene to 4 stacks.
Okay. I just need to figure out how to get more graphite.
Good luck. Let's see. Nice.
So,
Uh-huh.
storage bus on red network. This quartz cable is just getting power for the red network from the main network. Level emitter that says if there's less than 100 millibuckets of hydrochloric acid in red network, turn on signal, which then triggers separate fluid interface for hydrochloric acid to output into the two machines,
Ah, good idea. Yeah.
which will then refill the machines to start creating more diluted hydrochloric acid, which will then refill the storage, which will then turn off the network, the output.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's
Good idea.
It took some brain power. It really truly did, but we
Well.
got there.
You did it, and I'm proud of you.
Thanks. I'm surprised how little that sub-network needed to be.
Yeah. I am going to automate polyethylene bars.
Nice. Maybe a spot to do all of the plastic bars?
Yeah, I mean, we can just add them to the line.
Yeah.
When we need another one.
Yeah, because we're gonna need to barify several of the liquid plastics, including the silicon rubber as well, if you want to do that while you're doing that.
Sure. Can do.
Okay, now that the liquid silicon rubber problem is solved, tentatively, assuming that it actually works properly, graphene is available. I need to solve graphite, but barring a thing, I might have enough to make the big centrifuge now. Let's try again. Okay, Ivy. Electric motors. 6. We have the graphene. Start. I hear the crunching. I hear the chooching. We have 1. We have 3. 4. 5. 6. Huzzah! Okay. So, elite thermal centrifuge. 2 cables. Elite thermal centrifuge 4 2 tungsten steel wires at 4x. Okay. Elite thermal centrifuge. Done. Let me get rid of some of this crap in my pockets. Yeah, we got methane in there. I'll have to clear that out at some point. Just go away. All of you. I don't want any of you. Go away. All of it. This is to remind me I need to do a thing. Okay, so Elite Thermal Centrifuge. The other one we need is the Elite Centrifuge, which requires 2 more platinum cables. Crunched, okay. Nice. These are not dinging. Do we not have recipes for these, or quests for these? These would be in mid-game. IV assembly machine. I don't see any other IV machines in here. Interesting. I feel like they got us to a point where we knew what types of machines we needed, and then from here on out, they're not going to give us a pat on the back for doing it. We're only going to get new machines requested to us. Gregicality multi-blocks. Elite parallel control hatch. With advanced alloys from alloy blast smelter and IV machines, you can make large versions of most machines. These are formed with like multi-blocks. Add a parallel control hatch in order to allow them to process more recipes at the same time, similar to a processing array, which we also haven't done. I don't know if we need this, but if the centrifuges work as well as that big ass furnace, that multi-block furnace, where it can cook a stack of things at a time, the centrifuge may be able to centrifuge stacks of things at a time, and I think this would then let it centrifuge multiple different types of things at once. We're going to have to fiddle with that. I don't know if we need that yet. I don't know if we want it. So we're going to ignore that for the moment. But it's a thing to keep in the back of the brain. I don't see any other IV machines, though. Large miners. Basic ore drilling plant. We don't need this. We're getting all of our ores automagically. That's fine. What else do we have in late game? Circuit assembly. LUV. Processing arrays. Yeah, this all goes well past LUV and stuff, so we're not in the late game yet. At least not significantly in the late game. He did just do the microminer tier 5, but that's fine. Alright, okay. So, let's continue making the doodad. We have the 2 main machines that go on either side of it. I need to make molybdenum disilicide springs. 2 of them. We happen to have molybdenum disilicide, which is great. We also need the huge stainless steel pipe. And then we need another platinum cable. The huge stainless steel fluid pipe is not coming through, which means my automation is borked. 12 stainless steel ingots. 12 stainless steel ingots, which means it's probably not importing correctly.
Don't have any silicon rubber in the network, do we?
The liquid variety? No, because it's currently all filling the backstock of the cable machines.
Okay.
It's getting close to done, so it shouldn't take too much longer.
Okay. Well then, yeah, we'll be set up more or less to make the ingots once that's ready.
Sweet. These might not have been wrenched and screwed correctly. Paige, is there a reason you're trying to make me feel bad? Oh, Brooke. Okay. not working. Huge stainless steel fluid pipe. Oh. I got the thing. Sporkle got more viewers because she is a jovial, friendly, outgoing person. And she is playing a game that is not Minecraft. And people like her more than me. Those are pretty simple answers right there. Well, I got the tip. What's I get a tip for? Oh, it no longer records the comment on the tip. That's unfortunate. Well, thank you, Paige. What was the tip for? It did not tell me the comment. Me. Ah, Paige just gave me a Valentine. Thanks, Paige. I appreciate it. Okay, so I have the one object.
Okay, well, polyethylene and PVC bars are available now.
Nice.
Yeah, just waiting for the silicon rubber. I don't know if there was another one that we wanted to make or not.
As long as we got a place to do it, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, there's a line down below the ore processing that should be fairly obvious. You can just add to it.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I don't think I even made the plate recipes for those because we didn't have them available yet.
It's understandable.
Go send Sporkle Valentine food. Okay, so how much of this can we make? How much of this can we make?
Okay, I'm going to BRB.
Okie dokie. Okay, so any size and quantity of hatches is fine. It does say we need the elite parallel control hatch, so we're probably going to need to make one of those. Any quantity of input and output hatches and buses. We do need 4 of the steel pipe casings. Done. And then we need 50 vibration-safe casings. Good thing I put those on automate. Vibration-safe casing. 50. We're missing ink alloy. It would have been nice if ink alloy was in the large centrifuge unit main item, so that I would know that I would need that. But it's fine. How do we get ink alloy? It's a hot ingot situation, cooked up this away. It is hot ink alloy dust with or without helium, doesn't matter. Tiny pile of dust? Nuggets? Liquids? Small dust? Pulverize? Ingot? Molten? Oh. This is new. I don't think we have an alloy blast smelter yet. But it appears to be vanadium, steel, manganese, aluminum, and yttrium. I don't know if we have yttrium yet. Do we have yttrium? we do have a tiny, tiny smidgen of yttrium. So, it's not liquid ink alloy, it's molten ink alloy. That's where the challenge was. I see. So, what about alloy blast smelting? Tantalum carbide plates. Do we have any tantalum? We do not have any tantalum carbide. So, there's a rabbit hole that I don't think we're allowed to go down at the moment. Let me see. Yeah, that goes under the big shit we don't have yet category. Got it. Alright, cool. We have literally everything else except for the tantalum carbide, so do we have tantalum? We do. Okay, so tantalum carbide may be a thing we can make. Vacuum freeze, molten or not molten, blast furnace tantalum carbide, carbon, and tantalum. Go friggin' figure. Alright, so that's an easy-ish one to do.
Righty then.
I have been down several rabbit holes. And we need things.
Go on.
So attempting to make the large centrifuge unit. I got the unit controller, which is great. Done. Then I found out that we need the casing that goes along with it, which requires ink alloy. The ink alloy MA956 ingots, which, you know, not too terrible, but it does require the large the alloy blast smelter. So I went down that rabbit hole, which then requires...
Wait, ink alloy MA956?
Yes.
Okay.
We have the... We don't have a way to make it. I checked the dust, I checked the liquid, I checked all of it. It requires... Yeah. You can't make the ink alloy dust. You have to do it in the molten ink alloy version, which is vanadium steel dust, manganese dust, aluminum dust, and yttrium dust in an alloy blast smelter. And the alloy blast smelter requires tantalum carbide, which we don't technically have at the moment, but we do have tantalum and carbon, so that is an alloy we can make. So that's the rabbit hole I'm currently down.
See.
Yeah. So your whole your macerator and mixer setup here. It'd be nice to have another item in there, in that mix. Unless you're setting up a whole other line of these things.
For blast furnacing or blast smelting?
No, for grinding up more powders to make more alloys in the powder mixer.
Oh.
I need more.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole other half of the room here. Keep adding mixers and macerators.
I know. As clean as these lines look, they're not as easy for me to automate.
Well, I guess toss them onto, I guess, my to-do list or whatever you want me to do them instead. But I mean, it's just the drawers with the items, the thing in between, and then the interface on top with a robot between, or a robot arm between the two. So occasionally you need an item filter in the robot arm, but not often.
How are we doing for titanium, by the way? Oh, we're up to 237. That's not awful.
It's going up.
It is going up. I think that is because partly we were refraining from making the AV machines as it was cooking. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237. 237.
237, 238 now. Look at that.
So I need another macerator. I need another mixer.
We're up to 92 tungsten ingots with 600 dust just waiting.
Nice. Alright, so I'm gonna expand out his line here this way. Just to have it done. God, there's so much crap happening in this pack, it's never ending. Cable. Okay, line. Line did. I'm going to attempt to keep those lines in order. The other side of this room where you've got the macerators and mixers, did you have any other plans for that spot, or is that just more expanding to stuff?
This whole area?
Yeah.
This is just where I was going to start adding other things that we want forever.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you end up using it for all of the rest of the dust and alloys and things, that's totally cool, because I mean, we cleared out 3 floors above your machine room that I can also use for various other things. So
Right.
All G.
Okie dokie. So I'm gonna do... Do we need tantalum dust for anything? Like the straight tantalum dust. Tantalum capacitor, whatever, those are worthless. Butadiene. Interesting. Okay. Alloy blast melting to make the molten tantalum carbine in here. It's fine. So no, we don't really need tantalum dust for anything other than this butadiene, which might be craftable through other methods anyway. Like, yeah, cracked fuels and whatnot. Not in any significant quantity, but you know whatevs. And then the butane fuels, butane fuels. Got it. Okay. So technically not needed unless we happen to need a large quantity of butadiene, which maybe. No idea. Hard to tell. Raw styrene, butadiene, rubber, dust. That's one that we definitely need. Okay, so that's a much later process, but that's one thing we do need, which we might need tantalum dust for. So I wanted to make sure I'm not going to accidentally fook up future processes by sucking up all the tantalum dust or whatever. So, tantalum. We don't have that much. So once again, wait, we have 64 tantalum carbide dust. Hang on a tick. Is this another situation where he's already made it and we're waiting on a backlog or something? Tantalum carbide. Tantalum carbide. Tantalum carbide. Tantalum carbide. You know, it's really hard to know where anything is happening anymore.
What do you need to know where is what?
So I was looking at automating tantalum carbide,
Yeah.
only to find out that we have a stack of 64 in the network, which is a suspicious number, which makes me think that it's being automated somewhere. But I don't see it in any of these drawers.
Well, I don't think it is being automated. There's a good way to test.
Yeah, pull some out.
Yeah, pull it out and see if it comes back.
Okay.
Which it did not. So
It does not appear to have. Okay.
don't think it
Okay.
actually exists any or being made anywhere. It's just
So is that one that you just made by hand or something?
must have.
Huh. Curious. Okie dokie. Mixer. Mixer.
Let me see.
Macerator. Interface.
Oh yes, because that's the one I'm missing for the advanced alloys quest. 'Cause we didn't have tungsten steel at the time, which that needs to cook. So I made a stack of it and just let it sit because we weren't there yet.
Got it. Do you
So-
have a blast furnace ready to go for it? Since we needed the tungsten steel. Or tungsten, whatever.
I do not, but if you just need like a little bit, you can manually shove it into one of them, unless it needs something other than helium.
Nope. Just needs helium. Okay. So we'll take that. This one. Tungsten steel coil blocks. Currently making...
It's like the one in the center of this block here. The aluminum one that's not being used. I'm pretty sure that's
Okay.
yep, that's helium and it's tungsten steel, so you just jam it into there and there it goes.
Okay.
20 seconds.
Alright. Well, gonna eventually need another one of these.
Yeah, I was
for-
thinking about putting more EBFs in this square here. But
Yeah.
I think we can do 4 wide if we share a wall.
Yep.
So we might be able to fit 12 instead of 9. So,
Okay.
but of course that's just adding to the ever-expanding list.
Oh no, Paige. That's
of
that's
things to
unfortunate.
do.
The list, it grows. Alright, so we have a tantalum carbide ingot. I do believe we needed a lot more tantalum carbide ingots, but let's take a peek. I needed to make 50 of these. Oh, right, ink alloy. I needed 4 for this, but this is going to also require high temperature smelting casings. So let's see, high temperature smelting casing, which is one of these. There you go, that one. And I don't remember how many we needed. 35. High temperature smelting casing, 35. Which is going to require... things we don't have. We need more HSLA steel and more titanium carbide. Alright. I'm done. I give up.
With what?
Every single time I look at something that I need to make, it's 7 layers deep of more rabbit hole.
Dude, we're at that stage. This is what it is.
It's so obnoxious. Alright.
You just gotta lean into it.
Okay, so I think we need to do more everything. So we need a list of things. We need tantalum carbide automated. We need ink alloy automated. We need titanium carbide automated. We need HSLA steel automated.
Okay.
Because We are very soon to need the alloy blast smelter, which needs both the tantalum carbide as well as the HSLA steel and the titanium carbide. We have those two, but we don't have enough of them to make the blast alloy furnace.
All right, hold on.
So we need more things.
Hold on. All right, titanium. List them off again.
Okay. Titanium carbide, HSLA steel, tantalum carbide, and I suspect those are all ones that can be done through standard powder mixing and standard EBF.
Could be.
And then Incalloy, MA956. That's the one that needs the alloy blast smelter,
Right.
which then needs the.
So what do we need the Incalloy for? What?
So the
Is it
Incalloy,
still all trying to get that
the
centrifuge?
large centrifuge, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
So the large centrifuge obviously is not happening right now.
no.
But those are things that we kind of need to aim for relatively soon, unless we're going to speed up your ore processing through the means of just a zillion extra centrifuge blocks. Which I suppose is an option.
I guess. So just those 4 things.
Those are just the 4 things I've run into at the moment.
Okay. So I've got a clip on my clipboard. I guess we can just start making, like, adding to it.
Okay.
Where alloys needed.
Okay.
Of course, it didn't save.
I know I've had problems with that. Tungsten carbide is automated though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Insofar as tungsten itself is automated.
Sure. Molybdenum disilicide is also automated, I do believe.
Did you do it?
No. We
Wow.
have 94 of it, so maybe it does need to be automated?
Possibly. I don't remember doing it.
Okay. Then add that to the list. Tantalum carbide. This is the molybdenum disilicide. Tungsten steel. Tungsten steel, graphene just did. That's that. Could probably go into a large list of these requirements as well. Titanium. Cutting machine, tungsten carbide, haste alloy. I mean, some of these ones are probably going to be later. Haste alloy ingot is a cool. Haste alloy dust is not possible, so we need the molten. So yeah, once we get up to the alloy blast smelter, that opens up a lot of opportunity for better alloying as well as new alloys. So I believe that's going to open up both of the haste alloys. That opens up the ink alloy. Let's see. I think it's really this last line here. Starting at probably, I know we got one of the HSS ones. I don't remember which one. But HSS ingots, stillite, watertight steel, emerging steel, haste alloys, Xeron. All these last ones in this list here are going to be all through that process. So yeah. Alright, cool. Oh, refinery gas.
Yeah.
What is that one?
Finally starting on the chemical processing chain there that I had intended to do.
Oh, yeah, yeah. What is generic refinery gas? It appears to be a fuel of some kind. Alright. It's a gas fuel. Yep, okay. Can also be combusted into raw gasoline. That's the chain that he's following right now, is the gasoline chain. Yeah, okay. So that's that. And then he's going down to naphtha and diesel and gasoline and high octane gasoline, etc. So since my rabbit holes have failed me, I'm trying to figure out what I can do right now.
You can well, you can make the tantalum carbide. At least throw one of those in there so you can pick it up and then trigger that quest.
Oh, yeah, okay. That one's actually cooking, I believe.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah, done.
And then I guess the other thing you could do is on the left side of mid game, going down the mana infused stuff for all the thermal.
Oh yeah, thermal machines. Okay,
Check those off.
could do some of those. Yep.
You'll probably have to do the same thing with the mana infused ingots, where you just slam them into one of the inactive EBFs for right now.
Yeah.
But we'll make sure to make a spot for those.
We don't have any mana infused anything at the moment.
No. Well, we have primal mana, and we have mana dust, so you can make it from there.
Right. Okay. Mana infused dust. Mixer.
Both are automated infinitely.
Mana and titanium. Mana and titanium. Mana and titanium.
Additionally, if you wanted to do something else in with the just random things to automate and have backups of or storage of, like I have in that one room,
Uh-huh.
I was thinking of doing interfaces, fluid interfaces, the buses, you know.
Oh
things
yeah,
that we
I was thinking
keep-
about that at some point.
Yeah, things that we keep grabbing, just like a stack of each. Just put the downgrade storage upgrade in them to only have a stack in the drawer.
Yeah.
Shit like that,
Yeah.
you know. Things we keep automatically crafting should probably just be made and stored somewhere.
Yeah, probably. Okie
So-
dokie.
Those are just things I was slowly working on.
Okay. Alright, so the mana infused metal dust, we need a mixer. I happen to have had a mixer in my pocket. I don't know where it ended up. It's here now. I need to slap this down somewhere. Here's a good spot. Mix it. Done. Alright, then we need to, I think it's just EBF with primal mana. Oh. And it requires at least Canthal level. So we're gonna do 4 of them because it's a bucket. Let's clear out some of these. Home. Alright. Oxygen bucket. like nitrogen bucket. I don't have anywhere to store those things. Alright, cool. Methane. Oxygen bucket, I think, went in. Primal mana. That's going to be 4. You can go in, all of you can go in, you can go in. Alright, so I need a free EBF with Canthal level. That doesn't already have fluids in it. That's a problem. Do we have any that don't have helium in it already? That's deuterium. What are you making? What are you making? Liquiversum. Okay. Let's see. Liquids, liquids, liquids. You don't have a liquid. Monocrystalline silicon butyl. This might actually be a good one to use. Liquid. Bucket. That. Cook it, please. Alright, naphtha.
Naphtha.
Alright, so you're done cooking? You're done cooking. At least as done cooking as you can be. There you go. Alright. Mana. Now, this is probably going to be more that I'm going to have to make at some point. Mana.
Yay.
Thermal device casing. Yeah, I'm going to need to make more. Okay. Alright, so that's going to need to be automated. Let's see how much I need to make for this chain, at least. Machine frame is just stainless steel casings. Infinitist water. Aqueous accumulator, so we need 1. Okay. And then energetic infuser is 2. Cytogenic insulator is 3. Compactor is 4. Alright. So that means we are going to need 32 mana infused ingots. Unless this one needs more as well. You do need more. I see. And of course, they made it so that I can only make this augment off of the existing process, or rather, off of the new compacting machines. So of course that's a thing. So this makes 36 or 30, 30, 40, 40. Okay. So I need 40, and then we need some flux phytogrow, which is fine. That's doable. 40. And we have 4. Alright, so, mana dust. Make me more. Perfect. And then titanium dust. That'll be 40 right there. So I need to macerate this. I need to mix it. We're doing it all by hand because I don't feel like automating the mana infused stuff at the moment. We're going to there. Oh, I forgot the multiple outputs. It's fine. We're making a little bit extra mana infused dust. It's fine. Alright, so I made a little bit too much mana infused dust. Whatever. Okay, so then we go back to and I'm gonna keep using this one. Except I don't have I don't have any buckets of stuff. Let's get a tank. Tank mana. Mana in tank form. Ow, my face. Alright, so this is going to cook up as much mana infused as we have. I did not do the math, so I don't know how many ingots are actually going to come out of this, but it's fine. We'll let it sit for a bit. They're only 5-second crafts at the moment, so I'm going to BRB.
Okay.
Okay, back. Hey, Deimos. I did deliver the moon.
Welcome.
You slept through it. Did you just murder a bat?
No.
Murdered itself then. Fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so we're still waiting for this to finish cooking. It's more than I need, so I could probably go craft things. I'm probably gonna have to take this out of here when this is done. A rank of fancy F. I used to know what that F meant. I have forgotten what that F meant. That particular F. I think it's a musical notation. Pretty sure. I mean, Demos, considering I delivered the moon, but I did die on the job, I think an F for delivery ranking is fair. Hi. I get a crossed out O instead, thanks. You're just making up rankings at this point. You ran out of alphabet to mark me negative on, so you're just adding new characters. Okay, so two more ingots, and then we'll be out of the primal mana. Last one cooking. Take that. Good. Okay, so that's done. Let us make things. Mana. Mana. Does this count? Hey, it did count.
Hooray.
Mana.
Manna.
Mana. Alright, how many did I need? Let's do 2 to start. I think it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4. And then, what else do we need? I don't know. I kind of know what Power Toys is. Isn't that the power tool, the troubleshooting tools for Windows? I don't know all the Power Toys. I think I've only ever used like 3 of them. Alright, so then we need to make the thermal machine frame, which is stainless steel plates.
Sorry, misclick.
If you say so. Okay, so we need the infinitiest of water. We need the phytogenic. We need the compactor. Energetic infuser. Okay, energetic infuser.
Don't listen to Deimos or Sparkle.
I am tempted to listen to Demos though.
Oh, okay. Why? Because he uses umlauts in his use?
No, because he told me to murder you.
Oh, God. Ow. You've already killed me once.
I know. Alright. So, Sparkle says it was murder. Let us craft a lead gear. Let us craft 2 copper gears. Let us craft one of these things. Energetic infuser. Alright, and then we need the phytogenic insulator. Phytogenic insulator, we need one of these. We need 2 more copper gears. I think I need 2 more redstone reception coils. We'll do that. We need copper gears. We need aluminum gear. So how's it going, Sparkle? How was stream? Then we need the compactador. Okay. Then we need the infinitist of waters. I'm doing the quests.
You're doing so well.
Thanks. The factory of the Minecraft is excessive. So Deimos, you missed all of our explanations earlier, but I spent a good chunk of the last 2 streams, as well as 2 weekends, I do believe, setting up all the automation. Oh, mince raft. Okay, well I can't help you there. All of these crafting recipes. I would say a good 3/4, if not more, of these crafting recipes were made by me over the last 2 streams and couple weekends. Just telling our system how to make everything. 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 Much of it, yes. So the thing that I did was I set up all of the auto crafting for the entirety of the future of the pack in terms of all of the sub-components that we need. So the wires, the gears, the plates, rods, etc. So once we have the material available, we can come in here and use that material easily. But like, for example, we don't have draconium yet. At least not in any reasonable quantity. But once we do have draconium, we can make stuff out of it. So yeah, I set up all the recipes ahead of time to save us on constantly having to go back and say, is this automated? And should I automate it? How do I automate it? Where do I do that? All that crap. I just set up a big ass room to do all that for us. So I'm future-proofing. That's what I was planning for. Alright, so now we need to use these couple machines. We need the fluxed phytogrow, which is energetic infused from rich phytogrow, which is ammonia and phytogrow. Do we have phytogrow? I think I might have used some of that at some point. No, okay. So phytogrow. 1 stack of that. Which used their last bit of wood pulp, but that's fine. Alright, and then we need the rich phytogrow with ammonia and regular phytogrow in a chemical reactor, which we might have a spare one around here somewhere. You know, a chemical reactor on these walls somewhere. We have a chemical bath. Chemical reactor, hey! Which has a bunch of radon in it. Well, damn it. It's got extra room for inputs, it'll be fine. So then phytogrow. And we need some ammonia. see. We don't have any ammonia.
How's all that going? You done yet?
Surprise, surprise, I ran into another hitch.
Oh, well.
We have no ammonia left in the network. And none being produced on a regular basis for me to steal.
Ammonia, huh?
Yeah. I know I was making some up in the rocket fuel production. But that doesn't appear to be happening anymore. Ah, because the circuit has been removed.
Well, I certainly didn't do
Oh,
that.
no circuit's not removed. What the hell?
Oh, thank goodness. I was like, yeah, I didn't do it.
Why is it not doing? Oh, because it's probably not getting enough fermented biomass. Okay. And that is because I never switched this over to use carrots when we switched over to carrots.
Also, question, do we need this fertilizer for anything?
Fertilizer.
We have 1 or 2.
Ah, that fertilizer.
And that's probably what's making all those drives red.
It can be electrolyzed down into calcite and carbon if we need those things. If we don't need those things, then no, we don't need it at all.
Maybe we're setting up an export bus to a trash can and dump it all.
Probably. I am dumping the fertilizer into trash can over here where I'm producing it. But I think it's being produced over at the bigger fermented biomass thing. I think I just chose to import them. So yeah, that's probably a problem. Yeah, that'd be a problem. Okay, so filter, carrot. Okay, so this is going to get some ammonia back into the network. Yes. Water. Bucket. I have a bucket of water. I can also quickly put the bucket of water back in the network. I can grab a bucket of distilled water and put that back in the... Put that back in the... Okay, we're overproducing distilled water, so that can't easily go back in the network, but still. The point stands. Let's put distilled water somewhere. Cows, would you like some distilled water? No? Okay. Distilled water, you can flow. Oh, distilled water can't be put down anywhere. Interesting. Well, that's fun. That's good to know. So this bucket is going into the trash can. Bye, bucket. I miss you. That is the problem with us overproducing things at times, is sometimes it's hard to get rid of stuff once you've got it in your pocket. Okay, so you are going to produce ammonia. So I need to turn off this for the moment so that I can have ammonia.
So we need another pyrolyze oven.
For what now?
For the charcoal byproduct.
Ah.
We just set that temporarily to do the quest, but I had to set it back to heavy oil so we can start making the plastic stuff.
Right. Oh, yeah, distillation tower. You said pyrolyze, I was confused.
No, I'm correct. We need another pyrolyze oven.
Wait, what?
So I've got one pyrolyze oven right now, the one in the main base, set to make heavy oil.
Right, okay.
We need another one to make charcoal byproduct. Actually, and now we are out of rubber wood because, yeah, that's why I got it.
Okay.
Because we didn't redo the void upgrade on the sticky resin.
Right.
So everything's backed up for that. Okay. Well,
Yep.
I'm gonna do that again then.
Yep. Ow.
And just have the one upstairs that's making sticky resin, just turn that off
Okay. Okay.
from the slime balls.
Where am I?
Otherwise we're just voiding slime balls and that's just weird.
A little bit weird. Okay. So, this is producing ammonia for the moment. Very slowly. Okay. So where were we getting our ammonia from before?
It's weird, the farming station's complaining about not having seeds, but it's never done that before and it doesn't need seeds.
When I was over there, it was saying output full.
Well, right, and that's why we ran out of wood suddenly, because it was all full of sticky resin.
Ah, okay.
The output was full, but now it's like, hey man, you got no seeds. But
No seeds.
you don't need seeds, bitch.
Large chemical reactor. Fermented biomass. So fermented biomass is making ammonia in the distillation tower. So let me, I guess, make sure that that's still running as well. Because we need the fermented biomass to run. Ah, acetic acid is the reason. Is there a reason we have acetic acid not set to overflow dump?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know where that's coming from.
That's coming from the fermented biomass distillation tower, which was our
Oh.
primary source of ammonia, which
Yeah,
is
go
why
ahead
we
and-
have none.
Right, yeah, go ahead and overflow void that. That's cool.
Okay. Alright, that will hopefully get us ammonia coming in again. Yep, so that's cooking. And of course, whatever needs ammonia is so starved at the moment that it's just sucking anything that comes in, which is great. Wunderbar. Okay. Okay. So what do I have for ammonia that's cooked over here? I don't even have a full bucket of ammonia yet. I would like a bucket of ammonia. I guess I don't need to wait for a bucket, technically. Because I just need one of the flux phytogrows. So let's take a tank of this stuff instead. Ammonia. Gimme. Alright, so I need flux phytogrow. And it doesn't particularly matter where this happens. So we need the phytogenic insulator. No, we need a chemical reactor, right. You stay right there. I need to go down here. Chemical reactor. Okay. That's dead. And you are not even the thing that I want. Give. I want this thing. I want this thing. There we go. Flux Phytogrow. Now, the Flux Phytogrow is used in just making more things out of plants. Just basically duplicating plants in some way or another. And I don't think we need it for anything.
Flux Phytogrow. Available at a store near you.
It's been fluxed. I don't think we need it though.
Needed it for the quest.
Well, yeah, but I don't think we need it for anything else beyond that.
Void it.
Maybe. I worked hard for that though. Alright, let's make that gear working die. I do need... let's go back downstairs for a sec. Back downstairs for a sec. Okay, so I need gear working die, which needs the mana infused plates, which needs the compacted mana infused ingots. We have the compactor. And that's going to get us the gear working die, which then can be used to more easily make those same gears. We don't need it at the moment, but it's fine. Alright, compactador. Oh, we don't have power there. Interesting. Yeah, fine. I'll slap a you there. Haha. And mana. Mana.
I'm gonna put another pyrolyse oven in your fermented biomass room.
Oh, okay. Same purpose or different purpose? The purpose you were talking about earlier?
The one I was talking about earlier.
Okay. Alright, so we compacting. So this is another thing I do need to set up automation for. Not this particular thing, but a couple recipes for the compactor. Primarily, I think it's... I know flux plates, or flux plates, I know we're currently auto-crafting those, but I think we can do better. Redstone plates, maybe... I know, yeah, the quartzite plates, the Certus quartz plates. I think we might need the ender pearl plates. Sodalite lapis plates. Those are things that can't be done in a normal metal bending machine. It's either this compactor or the cutting saw, which I might do anyway, because the cutting saw is a little bit more nice, easy to work with. Oh no, the blizzard's flickering your lights, that's awful. I will leave you to your blizzard, sir. I do not want it. Diamond rod, you say? But I don't want a diamond rod. I mean, I guess I can lathe it? Do we need a diamond rod for anything? Not really. Diamond bolts are needed for horse armor, and diamond screws, which are needed for diamond wire cutters. So I guess if we wanted to have like diamond wire cutters on AutoCraft or something, but otherwise no, we don't need it. So diamond. Stored diamond. There we go. I'm gonna make a stack of diamond rods, and we're probably never gonna need them again. Done. Okay, so then we make this thing, make this thing, make this thing, make that thing, and we're done with this entire chain. Alright, I finished that side. Gila, come here.
Nice.
Gila, come here. Come here.
Yeah, you just knocked that pup right out.
Yeah. And I could potentially use that compactor, but I think I still want to do the diamond cutting saw method. Or the cutting saw method instead. But whatevs. I haven't gotten to the point of automating those yet. Boop. And of course I did that whole chain by hand. So if we happen to need a bunch of mana infused ingots at some point, we're going to need to re-automate that.
Well, that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we did the advanced alloys. We've got all of these things. The tantalum carbide I think was the last one we didn't have. So that's done. The alloy blast smelter really is the next step, isn't it? Hello, Midnight. How you doing? Hey, kitty. Kitty. I have kitty feets. Kitty feets. Come here. Come here. Okay, so let's do a thing in that room. Let's do a thing in that room. And by a thing in that room, I am definitely expecting you to read my mind because I haven't explained exactly what that is yet. So don't worry about it. What? Claim all. There we go. I don't know why that didn't work. Thing in that room. Boop, boop, boopity boop boop. Boop, boop, boopity boop, 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 boop. Okay, we're gonna do more automating because I need more automated stuff. We do not have drawer controllers automated, nor do we have drawers automated. So we're gonna do that because we keep needing them. So let's automate all of the things, all of the drawer bits. Drawer controller. So that requires specifically a framed drawer. So we need a framed drawer. So we need to automate that too. Automate it all. That is exactly what we're doing. Automating all of the things. I did notice that slave does not come up in the thing. Slave. Automate. We're also going to automate... What do we have for wood? We have rubber that is going down really fast. Okay. Jungle, we have oak. We have a little bit of spruce left. Interesting. Can we do... We can't do rubber, can we? Yeah, we need specific types of wood for this. Oh, interesting. And we can't use rubber for that. Even more interesting. So there is an automatic tree farm, but the automatic tree farm that we're using is rubber wood, which can be used for most wood needs, but the drawers require specific vanilla woods, and rubber is not vanilla. We're using the rubber wood because we need the rubber and the wood. But this needs all of the vanilla wood types. So we're not automating that at the moment. We have some oak, and we have access to spruce. So I guess we can just refill the spruce when needed? That's easier to do than oak. Yeah, let's automate spruce. Spruce. And I will also take some. I need the key. Drawer bits. There we go. And while I'm down here, let's automate some of the ME stuff. We don't have import buses on automate. We don't have those on automatic. We don't have storage buses on automatic. We do have interface, but we don't have fluid interface. So let's make all those recipes. Level emitter, fluid level emitter. Illuminated panel. Terminal. Crafting terminal. Fluid interface. Import bus. Fluid import bus. Export. Fluid export. Storage. Fluid storage. I did crafting terminal and the required components, but I didn't do like pattern terminal and whatnot, but I think those are fine. I think that's it. How are we for quantum? You know what? We could probably do a quantum network. We could do a quantum network. Here, let's automate that. Drives are not automated. Why did Pine not automate drives? That's crazy talk. He made all this by hand. I did automate the molecular assemblers earlier. Okay, I think that'll do. Where? Oh, it went there. Okay, that's fine. You can go there, I guess. Okay. So all of those things have been set up. Alright, I just put all of the crafting recipes for all the ME components in the network.
Nice. Good.
Except for cables, apparently.
Something's going weird.
What's going weird?
The maintenance hatches aren't being crafted in your auto crafter.
I think I know what I did there. Let me fix that.
It,
Yeah, maintenance hatch. I probably... Fooked up the recipe somehow. The hell? Maybe now's a good time to automate the automatic maintenance hatches?
yeah, that's what I was making 2 of them. I
Oh,
wanted to
got
try
it.
making one of those.
So I think this one's actually a case of the recipe's broken. Because the recipe
yeah?
calls for a single LV machine hull with a program circuit number 1 in an assembler.
Yeah.
And that's what it's doing. That's where it's at. It's in an assembler with a number 1, and it's got 2 machine hulls in there, and it's not cooking. So I'm guessing that recipe just isn't working correctly. Because there's nothing wrong. It's got power. It's got the machine hulls. It's got the number 1 circuit. It should be fine.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Indeed. Let me see if we can do that recipe through the manual crafting method with the tools, and see if the ME network can figure out how to use the tools.
Good luck. I don't think it can. I have doubts, anyways.
I also have doubts, but we'll see.
It's true. You never know.
Also, let's kill that pending job. Is there a reason the formation cores aren't building?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
That's an unrelated problem, but yeah, 2 scheduled formation cores and they're just not going.
I mean, formation cores are just in the...
Yeah, just standard craft.
Yeah.
I just see the job pending. I don't see why it's not going anywhere.
Well, I'll just cancel it and try it again. Maybe it just stalled out. Oh, we don't actually need any. We have 250.
Okay. Maintenance.
Oh yeah, it is just stalling. That's weird. Oh.
Missing wire
that might be
cutter,
good.
missing
Hold on.
screwdriver, missing file. And I do believe that's because it's looking for specific types. Because we do have
Never mind.
wire
I have no idea.
cutters
I
in
was
the
gonna say maybe
network.
we're out of logic processors, but there's 200 of those, so
Yeah, and I actually saw this, I don't know if it was last weekend or the weekend before, where some jobs were just sticking for reasons I couldn't figure out.
interesting.
And canceling and redoing them worked. I don't know what's up with that.
I don't know. Yeah, that one I canceled and relaunched, and it didn't want to go either. So, c'est la vie.
Yep. Hmm. Let me try it a different way. So you still have this. What about cycling through and seeing if we can find the circuit number that it does work with? It's not a 0, and it's not a 1. It's not a 0 through 30 something. So it does not work. That's unfortunate. Alright. Because, yeah, the only alternative is crafting through this obnoxious recipe, which frequently doesn't work because the shift-clicking tools into the slots don't tend to work. We might be able to get it to work with just regular tools, like if we had iron tools across the board. Let's see, so if I hold shift... So if I use this recipe that just has iron tools across the board, and then we have iron tools in the network, will it work? Let's go find out. This recipe specifically, steel screwdrivers in the list. Interesting. Iron, 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 steel. Weird. I think that's because we have a steel screwdriver available, and that's probably messing with it. Can I make an iron screwdriver? Iron screwdriver. So that we can then make the maintenance hatch recipe. Iron, 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 iron. Iron, iron, iron. Iron, iron, iron. Recipe. Missing iron wire cutter and iron file. So let's make those two things. And if this is the answer, then I'll just automate the leftover components needed to make the iron wire cutters. I didn't automate the iron screws, the bolts.
Or is it permanently broken forever for everyone?
I'm testing a thing. If this works, I'll automate the rest of it, and we'll be able to move on with our lives.
Alright.
Give. Missing iron file and iron hammer. Oh, because they're in there. Okay, got it. Craft. Start. Craft. Start. Okay, this is good. Alright, so I was able to work around and get it to use the tools. But now I'm going to have to automate all of the tools.
Oh god.
It's fine. And it's an option, but still, I was hoping not to have to do that. But it's fine, it's fine. At least you have 2 maintenance hatches in the network now, so if you want to try that.
I am gonna try it. It's gonna be great, I hope.
I hope so
All
too,
right.
because I'm going to go through the motions to automate this crap.
No maintenance problems. It automatically fixed it.
Nice. Alright, well I'm going to go ahead and automate all the damn tools then.
Yeah, it's gonna be handy.
Okay, so this pattern can go away. Alright, so we've got file, wire cutter. Oh god. Yep, okay. Screwdriver. Iron, yep, okay. So iron file, iron hammer, iron rod. Iron file, iron plate, iron screwdriver, screw, file, hammer, plate, rod, all iron. Okay. So hammer. Iron hammer, Greg Tech. Iron hammer. Alright. Crowbar. Iron crowbar with iron file and iron hammer. Good. I believe it also needed a soft wood mallet, which we'll need to automate. Which we can do with wood's fine. Pretty sure wood's the answer. Shit. Maintenance.
While you're doing that, can you make a pattern for signs?
Yes.
I'm sick of having to keep making planks and keep making signs and...
Understood. Signs in the network.
Thanks.
Alright, so maintenance hatch. Screwdriver, wrench.
I just made 128 of them.
Nice. Wrench. Specifically, this wrench. More specifically, iron wrench. Alright, that's 7 of the tools. There's one missing. Saw. That's the one. Iron saw. Okay. Is that all of the things? Screwdriver, wrench, wire cutter. Wrench, wire cutter, screwdriver. Hammer, crowbar, I know I did those. Mallet, saw, and file. File. Yes. Okay. So, if I put these in the network, this is the part that I'm not sure on. If I put these in the network, will it continue to use the ones that are in the network, or will it be stupid and attempt to auto-craft fresh ones each time? Maintenance hatch. Make me 16 of them. Available, 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 available to craft. Hatches. Good. It's even managing to use the Invar wrench. So there is some intermixing that it's able to figure out, but not all of it. So theoretically, if and when the Invar wrench and the vanadium steel hammers die, it will know to autocraft iron tools. Should. Start. Okay, good. Good, good. Okay. So it's a little bit wasteful, but we have infinite iron, so I don't give a shit. All right. Good, good. Got it. So I do need to automate the bolts and the screws. So let's grab those quick, because I think those are the only ones that were needed other than plates. I think everything else needed standard plates and sticks and signs and rods, which we've already got. screwdriver, file, hammer. Yeah, the wire cutters were the only ones that required something unique. So I need the iron screw recipe in the lathe. And I need the iron bolt recipe in the extruder. And I think that's it. Let's go put those in their relevant locations. Bolts. Iron. And screws. Rotors. Rings. Magnetics. Gears. Small gears. Long rods. Bolts. Wires. Cables. Screws. Hey, here we go. I knew I'd find it eventually. There we go. Okay, so the tools are automated for that. And the various subcomponents are needed. So the way it's set up is it's all set up on iron tools because that was the only one that it was able to automatically figure out.
Okay.
For the machine hulls. So as long as we have iron tools in the network, it'll figure it out. It is able to occasionally understand some of the higher tier tools, but not consistently enough to rely on it. So if you have other higher tier tools in the network for whatever purposes, it'll use them sometimes. But if it doesn't have them, it'll just craft a new iron tool and be done with it.
Okay. Sounds good.
So it's done. It's did.
Preach.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Then not have to worry about maintenance ever again.
That would be very nice, yes. Are you going to go around replacing all the machines?
Not right now.
Okay. Eventually, perhaps.
I have too many side quests right now.
Okay. Alright, so I'm going to start working on this. This is going to be the storage. These windows are going to be worthless because it's going to be floor-to-ceiling storage. So let's see. Our center point is here-ish. So let's just kill a spot, whatever. It's fine. So this is our center point. And in here is going to be something along the lines of the drawer master controller thing. I don't know if I want to do floor or ceiling. I think the ceiling might be better. Maybe. I'm thinking. We gotta do a layout. And maybe it'd be better to start with the drawers. Can I make a lot? I cannot make a lot. Okay, so let's go fix that problem. So one minor issue with our using of the rubber wood is that we can't automate the drawer crafting because they use vanilla woods.
What?
I can't automate crafting like the wooden 4 square drawers because they use vanilla woods like oak and spruce and stuff, and they will not use the rubber wood.
For like the frame drawer or what?
Oh no, I guess I was using the like the spruce 4. I guess I could use the frame, couldn't I?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just, yeah.
I guess I'm so used to not using the frames. Can you use the?
Because we have there's 2x2 on. Well, that requires unless there's a fuzzy card in there or whatever. But 2x2s are apparently on autocraft.
Well, huh?
Basic drawer 2x2. I see it says craft for me. So.
Well, yeah, but that's using spruce wood. It will not understand rubber wood to slip into that recipe. It doesn't know how. It needs spruce wood. That's a limitation of the drawer mod.
Oh.
So I mean, frame drawers might work, but can we paint the frame drawers with the painter doodad?
Oh, I'm not saying with the. Okay, well maybe. Well, hold on.
Where did wait?
Basic drawer.
Where's the framing wand? Hand framing tool. Ah, there we go. Okay.
1 sec.
Yeah. Look at that. I'm gonna grab one of these. Gimme. Plop. Framing tool. Smack. It does work. Okay.
Well, I guess the other option is to set up another tree farm for spruce.
Nope, I refuse.
Okay.
I'm gonna go a different route.
Okay.
Hi, kitty. How you doing, kitty? Alright, first off, let me take that drawer out. How's it going, Sporkle? Frame drawer 2x2. This one. Gila. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Do we? Oh. Yeah. Unintentional duplicate recipes. It's fine. You're just Googling balls. I appreciate the effort you're putting into that. I have a tentative Amazon wish list. It's $150 something. Let's see what's the actual number. Where is it? $157 for balls and pick. Tentative. Have not pushed the order button just yet. Still shopping.
Hi. Hi. Jesus. Hello. How are you? What's your deal? Gila. 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 Gila.
You posted more links? Okie dokie. I will do more of that after stream. You had mentioned the Walmart link as well. I don't know if that was the same one that that Scooby had sent earlier or a similar one. Ah, yes. Yeah, I think the ping pong balls might be a non-starter just because they are a quantity item, and quantity volume-wise, the costs are just so high. 1,500 ping pong balls was something like $60, I think. No, it was more than that. But I need 5,000 ping pong balls. I think the cheapest was that Alibaba link at $260, give or take, which I think might just be a little bit excessive. I think ping pong balls might be more amusing, but I think ball pit balls might have to be the easier answer. Unless we can find a really, really, really good deal for 5,000 ping pong balls. True, the Alibaba will also take 3 months, yes. And I don't think I want to spend almost $300+ on this project. I think that might be a little bit much. Oh, weird. Okay, so framed drawers, I think, is what we're looking for. Not drawer. Drawer. Gila, you're not helping. Stop. Make me lots. There, we have lots. Perfect. Okay, so back to this thing. So what we're doing is we are doing... Give me the back. We're doing this. Stop it. So we're doing this. He does want to help cause chaos. That is very correct, yes. It's getting real dark in this room. I'm gonna need a light. I thought I was overdoing it with the number of drawer items. I did not realize I was underdoing it with the number of drawer items. Alright, I think this can go. I don't think we need chicken. Chicken. I don't think we need a door out here. There we go. Need more. Need more. You know what? The lamp thing is not terribly useful when I keep killing all of its lamp sources. Let's take these and use these as well. Just to get them out of the network. Alright, so I need 9 more. Of course, they come in a stack of 12, but whatever. Okay, so that's a lot of drawers. It's a whole lot of drawers. This is probably gonna be awful to set up. I also realized that I should have held a key in my hand while putting all of these down to lock them. Ah, fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks, alright. Are we locked across the board? Yes. Alright, let's do a couple things. That can go away. That can go in the pocket to be placed again to hopefully create new lights. Because it's dark in here. No, you're not gonna do the thing? Okay, fine. Oh, I did a light. So I'm hoping that I'm not gonna like change my mind on this halfway through the project. But this is generally what my thought was. The only thing I haven't figured out yet, and this might be where the changing of the mind comes in, is exactly where I'm going to put all of the export buses. And I have a couple thoughts on that. Okay, so all these are locked now. That's great. It's doing a thing. Now, I'm going to probably do a combination of floor and ceiling, but ceiling might be the best answer for now. So let's do, let's see. I'll put you in pocket. I need trim. Trim. I need framed trim. Okay, so we're gonna use these two first to get them out of the way. Also, which of these was I gonna do? No, give me that back. I thought. There we go. Okay. So let's see. These two can go and get replaced. There we go. Purple? Green? Some combination? I guess it doesn't particularly matter at the moment. We'll do purple and then see if we come up with some other design at some point. Why will you not color? Alright, put you there. Fascinating. Alright, drawer, you get to go away. Am I going to need to frame? Yeah, okay. Okay, that'll be fine. So whatever ones don't cooperate, we'll just replace them, because screw them, that's why. Give me that back. Alright, so I cannot right click. I can't right click hold at least, because that causes me problems. Alright, so we need to come in here. I see. I see what's happening. I don't like it. Give me. Alright. Can I not? Why can I not suddenly... Oh, because I'm out of sticks. I'm out of sticks. I forgot about the stick requirement. Okay. Let's fix the stick problem first. Sticks. Make me sticks. Sticks. There we go. Totally forgot about the stick requirement when doing this. Alright, did I frame this side? I did trim. Oh, I framed drawer this side. That's why I was out. Okay. You go there. You get trimmed. You go there. You're the sacrifice. You go there. Get deleted. Get deleted. Get deleted. I don't care. And then that one's been done. Ah, so it does convert them into frame drawers. Okay, good. And then you get trimmed. There we go. Alright, so all of these drawers are now connected to each other through those trims that I put in the corners. I debated on going all the way up the whole corner, but it's kind of unnecessary because they just need to be connected in some fashion or another. These are all like 6 blocks away from the center point, so it doesn't matter where I put the controller, it's going to work just fine. I do need to bring the network over. Okay. And conduits. And this is where I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly what I'm gonna do, but we'll figure it out. Yes, kitty. Hi, kitty. Why are you screaming again, kitty?
Gasoline's a lot more involved than I thought it was going to be.
That is unfortunate, question mark? Or are you enjoying the process? Are you enjoying the process?
I mean, yeah.
Well, then that's all that matters.
I'm just saying, it's a lot,
I'm sure it is, knowing this pack.
but it's done.
Oh, it's done. Hey, gasoline. Nice.
Yay.
You did the thing. Now you need to high octane it.
Tch. No.
Oh, okay. Oh, high octane is nitrous oxide, octane, gasoline, ethyl tert butyl ether, and toluene. Toluene. Those are things. Yep.
Toluene?
Sure, toluene. There you go. It looks like it's just, you know, several layers of cracking various fuels. That's fine.
Sure.
Okay, so you didn't high octane, but you did boost it.
Did I?
Cetane boosted.
Or...
I don't know where that quest is, but you did it.
Yeah, it was cetane boosted or gasoline.
Oh.
So I did the gasoline bit.
Got it. I thought I remember that one saying cetane boosted. Okay. Hello, Drix. How you doing? Hey Gila. Hey, Gila. I'm assuming we're going to be using LCRs for this process.
We've already got one.
We do?
Technically two. There's one in the ore processing, but yeah, there's one up here now too.
Where is this gasoline thing you're doing?
By the rocket fuel.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Oh, fancy.
I know.
I
Not
am
going because
also kind
acetone
of
slow,
tired.
but it's about to kick off here.
I am also ridiculously overwhelmed
almost.
by this pack. And the
But,
cat
it
yelling
makes
at me.
20 buckets per run, so that's really nice.
Nice.
I only take actually here.
Data.
Well,
Stop.
where's the acetone waiting? Oh, there.
No,
Almost.
you stop it.
Acetone's hella slow. It's 25 millibuckets per run.
Gross.
That kind of sucks. But there we go. And done.
And,
Okay.
wow. All right.
Hey. 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 Damn it.
Yeah, everything will back up with the gasoline, which is nice.
Okay. What are we using gasoline for?
I don't know yet.
Okay. It wanted us to do it. So I'm
It did.
assuming we'll need it for something.
Yeah.
Epichlorohydrin, apparently.
Not yet. Anyways. Unless I need it for... Oh, that's propene and chlorine. Are we making propene anywhere?
I don't think so.
Shoot. We're gonna need another distillation tower, I think. Maybe.
Trying to figure out what it wanted us to do the gasoline for. Ah. I don't think it's a now situation, but it looks like we need gasoline to smelt triconium.
We need diesel for that, which is just heavy oil and light oil. Or light fuel and heavy fuel mixed.
Oh, okay. I was just looking at the usage for gasoline and triconium came up, but it looks like it's diesel, gasoline, high octane gasoline in various quantities. So all of the various burnable fuels can be used for that. I see, I see. Oh. Okay. Fascinating. Okay. So we're over here doing this thing now. So
Alright,
if I
you
put
got
the
something you're
drone-
doing right now?
Sort of, not really. Not critical.
Sort of, not really.
I'm working on the export wall,
Oh, okay.
but I can pause that anytime. What's up?
A distillation tower is up.
Ah,
You can spool up another one of those. We're going to need, it's going to be a tall one, and we're going to need tanks for a lot of its outputs.
okay, okay. How big? Distillation tower?
11.
11.
It's got 11 outputs.
Good lordy.
I know.
What is this one you're outputting?
Severely steam cracked heavy fuel.
$11 bloody outputs. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Some of them I think we've already got tanks for. which is nice.
Several of them, yeah, we do.
But not all of them.
Is it really 11? Because, oh, propane and propene. Okay, got it.
Yep.
I got it. Okay, yeah, I see the need for a lot of these things.
Yep.
So, yeah, okay. Alright, Demos, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your tentacling. What are the chances we can do this? Not very. Okay, later. Regular old distillation tower it is. Got it. Okay, so distillation tower. I think we're gonna need a lot of these, so I'm just gonna autocraft this, like as much of this as I can. I know I already have the casings on autocraft, but let's autocraft the tower and all of the subcomponents. And that is an MV recipe. Do you want to just keep doing everything in EV at this point? Or EV/IV, whichever.
We may as well, as long as we have the titanium for it.
Okay.
I mean, if we want to do EV, we can do 2 HV hatches if we don't have the titanium for it, you know?
I'm pretty sure we've got the titanium for it.
Right, but I mean, like, going forward, like, if we don't, if we hit another problem,
Ah, okay.
I should go check on that.
Maybe,
How's this
maybe,
all
yeah.
going?
I mean, we have almost 500 titanium now, so it is cooking. It is doing.
Working on... Yeah, I think all the... Yeah, looks like all the titanium and the... Almost all the tungsten... No, there's still some more tungsten here. Interesting. It might have been in a further back box. But yeah, I think all the titanium has been chewed through.
Okay, good. Wait, all the titanium's been chewed through and we only have 500 ingots? We don't even have a backlog of powder.
What I mean by chewed through is like the ore processor bit's gone. We have 1,100 rutile sitting there, which one rutile is
okay.
1 titanium,
Got it.
and I don't have any ilmenite dust, which is fine. But yeah, so we have 1,100 more titanium coming.
So we need like a lot more of what just happened.
Yeah, next time it'll go faster because it won't be clogged.
Right. Do you want to order up another stack of, or another lots of titanium ores, whichever one that is?
Not right now because we are still backlogged currently in these crates.
I suppose.
It's still chunking. I mean, I can do it in the morning if we're done chewing through all this by
If
then.
we're done. Ha. Alright, so EV imp.
Oh, there is still
input
another
hatch.
pile of ilmenite back here. I'm just gonna go manually feed that in. It's gonna be more
So
titanium.
that's going to be titanium. So maybe we do HV hatches for all these things. Let's automate HV hatches. Because HV hatches we can do in our sleep. So HV input hatch.
Okay, actually, yeah, there's still quite a bit of ilmenite to be processed. There's quite a bit of ilmenite. Okay, so yeah, we got a lot of titanium coming.
Good, good.
Oh, which is good, yeah.
Alright, HV output hatch.
Yeah, this is just gonna be a long run. But it is still going, which is all
Are we
I
talking
needed to do.
tomorrow kind of run, or are we talking next week kind of run?
I'm hoping it'll be done overnight, but if not, I mean, it'll probably be done by or on like Thursday by stream,
Okay.
hopefully. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
Okie dokie. Alright, so we need hatches, 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 hatches. Oh, maintenance hatch. We wanna automate the automated maintenance hatch.
I got BRB again.
Okay. Automated maintenance hatch. Freaking cat hair. There we go. For the moment. Alright. We also need energy hatches, and this is where we're going to do EV energy hatch. So this is a 4 amp energy input. 2 amp. So maybe we do 4 amp? I honestly don't know. Let's stick with 2 amps, because I think that's what's been working for us for so far. This is gonna be a problem. Because we don't have any of this on Autocraft. So, various hatches, EV through IV, or HV through IV. That's fine. So if I did an assembler with sodium potassium in it, we can automate some of these things, which would be nice. I don't think we have sodium potassium on Autocraft either, so that would have to be sodium potassium mixed up in a chemical reactor. Which we have plenty of those things. Chemical reactor. Let's do it. Let's do it. Give me one of those, please. And one of these, please. I think I have extra assemblers that we could use, but it's fine. There's my chemical reactor. There's my assembler. We need potassium. We need sodium. We have sodium potassium in liquid form here, but I don't think we're storing it anywhere, are we? No, we're only storing sodium persulfate, so let's get a tank going. And fluid storage bus, which we have on Autocraft now. And cables. You have returned. Welcome back, Kinder. Alright, so these are all... that. We need a fluid interface, we need a regular interface. We need a fluid interface.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back.
Oh, thanks.
Fluid export bus. Fluid import bus. Take this key out of my pocket. Alright, where am I doing this? Machine room? Maybe? Maybe? Maybe here's fine. Hmm. Steam Remote Play. I always laughed at Steam Remote Play because it basically uses what amounts to remote screen sharing, which is just way too much input lag to be all that useful. I just find it kind of silly. Oh, that's a little weird. Alright, so we need an assembly machine. You know what? I'm trying to think through how to do this because it's not quite what I want. So I need the sodium potassium to be made and stored into the network. And that requires items in and liquids out. So this isn't really the ideal place for it. But let's do... large pipes. Large pipes get automated. I don't really know a good place for this. Let's put it here anyway. This will be fine. Alright, this isn't going to be ideal, but let's put the sodium and potassium in here. And I think we'll just do the robo-arm method.
And make sure to avoid the tiny pile of carbon dust that comes out of that. We don't really want it.
Right. I think I've been automatically importing that on all of our distillation towers.
Oh, let's see. Oh, right, I got a crate for that, or a drawer that's voided. That's right. That's fine.
Ah, okay, good.
We only have 2048 of it, so whatevs.
All right
Never
then.
mind.
Sodium and potassium. Keep exact.
I'm setting up all the tanks. All the outputs there.
Ah, good. I got a little bit sidetracked. Because
It could be like that.
I was attempting to automate all of the distillation tower crafting components, and then I realized I can't automate the energy hatches without doing sodium potassium, and we've been doing that by hand up until this point. So I'm just fuck it. I'm building automated liquid sodium potassium and then an automated energy hatch production.
Do we have a tank for sodium potassium already?
No, but I do have a tank in my pocket and a storage bus ready to go. But if you want to do that for me, I can put those back in the network.
Sure. I'm already doing a whole bunch of others. Why not?
Okay, so we are going to have a fluid import bus right there. We are going to have a pump. 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 There we go. We're going to have a pump there. And that is going to need a fluid filter. Which I don't think we need to do a fluid filter, but it's fine. I think import is the right answer. Ah, no, I need the thing in the wrong spot. Hang on. I need you. I need a crowbar. You go there. And then you, fluid filter. Sodium, potassium, import. Into here. Okay. So then it's going to overproduce sodium, potassium, and import into the network once I get that set up. So I need cables for that. Import. As soon as he's got a spot for it, it'll go in the network. So that's producing sodium, potassium, bulk. This isn't really an ideal place for this, but it's a place for it. It'll do. And then this needs the recipes. I need that, and I need that. And then we need recipes for the energy hatch. Specifically HV energy hatch. And then we want the EV energy hatch. And IV energy hatch. I think those are the only ones that can be crafted through this method. LUV goes through an assembly line, etc. So yeah, those are the only three that we can do through this method. I do need to do the rest of these components, but this is a good start. Okay. So, HV energy hatch we have plenty. EV energy hatch. Make me some. So that's where we need to do the extreme voltage coil. Which is a regular assembler on a number 1. So I think I can do all of the coils. So these are all the various coils. Assembler 1. All of these are all assembler 1. Perfect. Okay. Alright, so we're going to create recipes for all of these. And I will come back and do more of this later.
Alright, tanks are all set.
Nice. Some of these are excessive, like the 0 point module and all that crap, but it's fine. We're going future proofing. We're future proofing. Oh, some of these are UV recipes. Okay, well, you know, it's fine. It's fine. We'll fix it later. Probably gonna end up upgrading all these damn machines at some point. Who knows? Circuit assembler 1. You're gonna need a card, aren't you? Alright, which ones of these cannot be done in the regular machinery? Or in the machinery that we've got currently. So this is the extreme voltage coil, needs EV, needs IV. Okay, so the last 4 are irrelevant to our interests. The rest of these can get dumped. Alright, so EV. EV energy hatch. Make me 2 of them for the moment. We have all of the things needed. Start. And sodium potassium is cooking and importing, so he's got a tank for that. The hatches are currently magnetizing rods, I do believe. Oh, I know what I missed. I need the wrench and the screwdriver. Ah. You're not needed. You're not needed. Let's try that again. Oh, did I screw up over here? I screwed up over here. Wrench. Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Automatic. Why are you not doing the thing? Okay. Let's try calling for that again. Okay, so it's trying to craft those extreme voltage coils in here. And it's not doing the do. Fine tungsten steel wire and magnetic neodymium rods in a number 1. So this one was having the problem earlier. This one was not crafting the things that we wanted it to craft. But why though? What's wrong with you? There's literally nothing standing this machine out from any of the other machines. It's got power. It's got the right circuit. It's got the items it needs. It's got the right input-output configuration. Why though? So if I take you and put you over here, that still doesn't work. But why though? It's an EV machine, EV recipe. It's not going to be the fastest thing in the world, but it's supposed to do. Maybe not a slot issue. It's got all the power it could need. Alright, I don't know exactly what's up,
Uh-huh.
but that same machine that was having a problem with the maintenance hatch is having a problem making the extreme voltage coils to make an EV hatch.
Curious.
Yeah. I've tried it in other adjacent machines and it's the same problem. We'll switch you down to a 1. That one's working. So I moved it to a machine across the way, and it's working.
Oh.
And there's literally nothing different about them, except for where they're physically located. At least that I can tell. I might be missing something, but I'm not sure. They've got power.
That is an interesting issue.
Yeah. It's got power. There's nothing else that should be interfering with it. It's got wiring. It's got power. I don't get it.
I don't either.
Like it's not even like a wrenching problem. The items go in there just fine. They just don't cook. They don't do. I'm so confused. All right, I'll have to fiddle with that later. But unfortunately, that means that any of the automated circuit 1 stuff is broken. But whatever.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay, so we have the energy hatches. Let me get muffler. Muffler hatch is a thing. It's not a thing that I need to automate right now, but it is a thing, and they're all pocket crafts, so that's fine. We'll do it later. So I need input hatch and output hatch. Oh, output hatch needs to be 11. Input hatch, output hatch. Then we need bus. Input bus, output bus. Alright, and then we need the distillery. And we need the casing. We have a spot for it. This is handy. So let's do this. So input, and this is fluid. So yeah, output, 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 output. Oops. Alright, it's gonna be a tall boy. Alright, we're probably gonna need more of those stainless steel things, but we'll see. Alright, so distillation tower, we need a maintenance hatch. Automated maintenance hatch. Satch. Alright, and then we just need casings, we need energy in the back. Oh, this is HV. Balzac. Alright, we'll do an HV for now. We'll upgrade it later. Out of my way. Son of a... Right, fine. Right, fine. Okay, power. We don't need an input bus for this, do we? We just need the output bus. Alright, fine. HV output bus. Output bus. Alright. Let's unbreak that. I need more. I need 21. Alright, and we also need fluid import buses aplenty. We'll need 11 of those. We need export bus for fluid. We need more cables. We need a single import bus. Okay, so let's finish setting this thing up. Remind me what I'm exporting into this distillery again?
Severely steam cracked heavy fuel.
Got it. Alright, import. Export. Severely steam cracked heavy fuel. Alright, and then all of the imports. And then cables. Okay. So we're outputting severely steam cracked heavy fuel. We are cooking. Warning, machine needs more energy. I see. I see. Okay, bye, Paige.
Bye.
All right, so we need to upgrade these. Warning: machine needs more energy.
Hmm.
I mean, to be fair, I only did EV, so yeah, it might be time to redo the power setup over here. I still have the distilleries on the P2P tunnel, so yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay, let's see. Where's the nearest conduit? Nearest conduit is probably right here. Oh, these are also on P2P. Forgot about that. They don't appear to be having a problem. So they're fine. Where? That was weird. I think I ended up inside of the frickin' distillery. Oh dear. Alright.
Did you find a place to tap?
I think so, yeah.
'Cause there's a power conduit right here too.
Right,
Right
right here. Okay.
right there.
Yep, that'll do. That'll do. Pop through the floor, at the floor level. Yeah, that'll do.
Running perfectly.
Running perfectly. All right. Let me rewire everything. Oh god. Okay. Okay. That'll do for the moment. Oh, I see what. Okay. I forgot I did that. Alright, so we're fine here. This is technically running off of ME power for this whole thing, so it might be worth bringing over a conduit. Let's do it. There we go. Conduit. Conduit and power. So that runs this power that away. But I do believe... Oh no, I ran the whole thing off that same power line. Okay, that's fine. I wasn't sure if I did a second one there or not. So we're good. Everything's running according to plan. Which means this can probably go. Let's do some cleanup. Clean up. Everybody clean up. Okay, that can go. As much as I like the look of the dense cables, they cause thickness issues where conduits could be a lot smoother. Alright, that'll do for now. I think we have an excessive amount of conduits going everywhere, but it's damn near impossible to identify all the scrap at the moment. Alright, so let's see. We've got methane. I'm just making sure these tanks are emptying out correctly. Light fuel is not emptying. Okay. One tank issue.
Yeah.
The light fuel output is not emptying, which means it's probably backed up somewhere.
Just regular light fuel.
Regular light fuel is one of the 11 outputs from that thing, yes.
It's got 69 buckets in it in the tank here. It should have
Really?
plenty of space.
Really? Is it wrenched and screwdrivered properly?
I mean, it's been working up until now.
Interesting.
Well, apparently, yeah, I just screwdrivered it again. Now it's filling.
Fascinating.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've found every once in a while one of those is not screwdrivered correctly.
Which is weird because it had stuff in it to begin with.
Yeah, it was probably working at some point.
Huh.
I
Alright.
don't know. Whatever. It's fixed.
Alright, everything else is running.
Everything else is running.
Well, that's good. Nice.
Yeah. That was an adventure. And now we have a stupid high tower.
Hell yeah.
And we still have room for 2 more distillation towers over here if we need to distill more things. I know we get stuff like the various charcoal byproducts that could distill down and further. But I don't know if we need to.
So you're saying we do have one additional...
We have 2 additional unbuilt and ready to assemble towers. Or at least space in this one area for it. So if you got more distilling to do, we got the space for it.
Yeah, I do. Actually.
Okay.
Trying to figure out which would be the best one. Yeah, I need one that has 5 outputs.
Okie dokie.
And it'll be importing wood tar.
Okie dokie. And do we have all the outputs ready to go?
We have 2 of them. I'll make the other 3.
Okie dokie. Alright, so we need more fluid import buses and more fluid export bus. One more import.
Yay for chemistry day.
Yay for more chemistry days. Let's do some, doesn't matter all that much. Let's go set up what we've got and see what else we need to do. Oh, we already have an export bus on here. That's good. And an import bus. I just need the the fluid imports. And the cables. And the cables. And you are going to be exporting wood tar. Good, good. Terrifying. Call the pleb. Thank you very much for the bits. And thank you for the cables. I've been working hard at cabling. I'm glad you approve.
I'm watching you, newcomer.
And thank you for that follow as well. I appreciate it. How you doing tonight, Cole? Flat. Maintenance. Maintenance. Screw you, maintenance. I refuse. Maintenance. Ooh, trying to get to a stomach flu. Gross. I hate that. I'm doing pretty good myself. A little bit parched, but you know, that's me just forgetting that life exists while I'm playing this game. We good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Maintenance. We're doing the do.
Oh shoot. Okay, hold on. Okay, storage buses. So are we correct in that only 3 of them are not outputting currently?
Let's see. Creosote oil. Phenol.
Dimethylbenzene and phenol.
Benzene seems to be going out.
Dimethylbenzene.
Dimethylbenzene is going out.
Whoa, did I already do one of those?
Maybe.
Where is that? What?
Yeah, just creosote and phenol. That's
We did already do a dimethylbenzene. I'm so sick.
guess the Wasim, you didn't even know it.
Pretty much. Alright, well that's good.
Sweet.
In that case.
Do we need any more distilling getting done?
Well, I'm almost certain.
Probably yes. I mean, we still have one more slot for a distillery.
That one should probably be Ender Air.
Oh yeah, probably. We're doing the Nether Air. We never bothered doing Ender.
Since we can do IV power with 2, well, not with the gas collector, I guess. Maybe.
Let's see. Ender Air. Ender Air gas collector is only HV. Liquid Ender Air vacuum freezer is IV, but I mean, we can do that. That's no
We can
problem.
double up an EV thing.
Yeah.
Could do that.
Is that a thing we want to tackle right now?
Sure.
All right.
We get some good stuff out of it.
I'll set up distillation tower, because I'm already here. 7
Oh,
outputs.
that's the thing.
What?
It requires 200 buckets worth. So
So we need an IV energy or input hatch or something like that.
yeah, because the EV one is only 128.
I see. And the other problem is the recipe is an IV distillery, which means I would need to upgrade this entire line to IV.
Unless you just
Or,
broke that one
sorry,
apart.
EV output.
Uh,
EV power upgrade, yeah.
right. Shoot. Okay, well. Fair enough.
I will build part of it anyway, so it can be at least closer to being ready for us. We need liquid air was the 7 outputs, so we need HV output. Actually, let me check. Liquid enter air out.
Actually, before you do that, on the upper floor by the clean room, I have a task because I don't want to mess up your sub network, so I want to see if you can fit this in somewhere.
Okay. Wait. Sorry, I was doing math in my head while you were talking. I got like half of what you said.
Clean room.
Clean room, yes.
Well, the clean room floor.
Working on it, yes.
Okay, so since you have like a hydrochloric acid recycling setup here,
Yes.
if you look at the recipe for the bisphenol A, so that's BIS.
Yep. Yep, looking at it.
You see it takes hydrochloric acid and then produces diluted.
Uh-huh.
Think you can slot that chemical reactor into your line here and get that producing?
Probably yes. And I do actually need to extend out the diluted reprocessing anyway, because it's barely keeping up.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
That would be
Bisphenol A.
that would be a huge help. So I figure you've already got half of the ingredients over there. So
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I'm gonna go set up a tank for it, because you know tanks needed everywhere.
Chemical. We need chemicals reactors. And then we need distillery. So let's do 3 distilleries total for this line then. So chemical reactor, and then distillery. We'll do 2 more of those. Here's my chemical. So what I think I'm gonna do, and this is purely me sidetrack braining, the storage setup that I was attempting to work on over here, that Pine pulled me away from, I'm fine with that because my brain was barely happening anyway. This is gonna be a piece of work. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do a drawer controller somewhere in the center with a significant number of slaves. And the slaves are probably going to be the entire friggin' ceiling. And every damn one of those is going to have multiple export buses from the network. And each one of those export buses is going to need to be maximized for their capacity with a crafting card. And they're going to have to be set up to auto-craft, export items into this network. And it's going to be basically all of the shit that I've already automated in here. So the wires, the fine wires, the screws, all this shit, I'm going to have to put them manually into the drawers so that they have a place, and then configure an export bus to export that item, craft on demand, basically to fill these drawers. So I'm not going to bore you guys with that detail. I've outlined what I'm going to do, and then I will at some point figure out how to do it. But I don't know exactly how I want it to work in here yet, and it's probably going to go through a few iterations before I'm finally done with it. So I'm not going to do that on stream. I don't think I'm ready for that. distillery, and then meanwhile we'll make actual progress over here. Alright, so distillery. Yeah, let's I'm gonna need to upgrade the power line, I think. Distillery. Let's upgrade the power lines, just go straight up to 16. 16 amp EV. Crafty please. Gonna take a little bit. Alright. And then this chemical reactor goes at the end, because why the hell not? And this is going to be the bisphenol A. The input for that is we need a circuit. And then we need 3 liquids. So we're gonna need several filters. Probably more than that. We're gonna need our conduits and our conduits. Okay, so filter. Nope. Give me that. Fluid filter. So bisphenol A needs phenol, acetone, and hydrochloric acid. So then we can take those 3, put them in here. And we can also put them in here. No, not hydrochloric acid. Acetone and phenol. So the bisphenol A that you want requires acetone that we don't have.
Acetone is being produced, though.
At
It's just
the very smallest of paces.
right. Well,
We're getting on average about 25 millibuckets every
Yes.
10 seconds or
Yep.
so.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Just making sure you're aware.
Yeah. I don't have a good way to speed that up.
Okay. All right. So you're set to take the diluted. We also need to set up you guys to take the diluted. I hope pushing this button isn't gonna fill it with crap. Let's turn off the insert for the moment. Filter.
Yeah, not without infinite phosphorus. So.
Back to that old problem again.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Alright, diluted fluid insert.
Actually, there
need
might
a
be a different route we can take for that.
circuit
but
2.
I can explore that later.
Okay. I'm gonna take a whole bunch of circuits because we need them. Okay, circuit 2. Circuit 2. Turn off the insert temporarily. Fluid, diluted
Yeah, if we
hydrochloric.
dissolve our calcium in the acetic acid, we can make acetone out of that at slightly faster pace. And we're currently voiding acetic acid, and we have 35,000 calcium.
Fair enough,
Oh.
okay.
That's another option.
Wasn't there something else we could get calcium from that we chose not to? Try calcium phosphate, bone, quicklime, calcium phosphide, fluoride dust, ink sacs, alright. Calcium chloride, wollastonite, gypsum, powellite, apatite, pyrochlor. There was something and I'm remembering it, but it's not, I don't think I'm remembering it accurately, so I'm gonna skip that, because I'm not finding it, which means I'm probably wrong. Okay, so these two are now set up to distill, and yet they are not distilling. Am I doing something wrong? Yes, I'm doing something wrong. Power is the thing I'm doing wrong. Let's go back to that 16 amp problem. Alright, we're gonna need wire cutters. We're gonna need a wrench. Alright, you go there. You go there. You, gimme. Power. Things happen when you have power. Go figure. Alright, so you are getting acetone ever so slowly. And as soon as you get enough acetone, which is actually going to be very soon, you're going to output a bisphenol A. Extract. Extract. And now you've got bisphenol A and diluted hydrochloric. So bisphenol A can go back into the network. I don't have a back into the network for liquids. Oh, okay. I've got this import going here. Alright. Okay. Let's just do that then. No, that's not. No, step it. Forgot they can connect. Step it. There you go. Your 1 or 2 buckets of bisphenol A is in the network.
So it is.
Bisphenol A. And then you can extract. I think I want to fluid filter extract the diluted.
Or, well, it would be if I turned this thing on. Wait.
Where'd it go?
Oh god, wrong thing. That's it. Okay, hold on. Wrong thing.
Okay. Okie dokie. So, we now have 3 advanced distilleries handling the reprocessing of the diluted hydrochloric acid. I could do this through a distillery. Because the diluted hydrochloric acid reprocessing process, there we go, is a potential. Diluted hydrochloric,
Okay.
distilled down into hydrochloric and water, dump the water, get the
It turned
hydrochloric.
into epoxy.
It turned into what?
Epoxy resin
Ah, nice.
via this dude right here. but
Nice. Sweet. All right.
yeah. Now, Daddy. Hit the sheets. Fluid solidifier.
Okay. Was I in the middle of something? I was in the middle of something. Okay. So I was in the middle of getting this up to speed to whatever size it needs to be. So I have a handful of the casings on me. Let's just finish putting them down to whatever height they can go to. That'll be fine. And then as we need more, we can make that taller or shorter or whatever. That's done. Ah, I can put the sodium potassium in the network. Hopefully, unless it's already full. It's not full. Good. There. Done. Cleaning the inventory. Oh, drawer controller. I'm just making one now. And we're probably going to need a handful of slaves. I don't know how many, so some. And I'm just going to go put those over there to remind myself to do it. There we go. I get myself lost for a second there. Alright, so drawer controller, and this is probably fine to put up here, I think. Probably. And then here's the part where I don't know exactly how it's going to work. But if we did something like this, so they're all connected, then we could technically do a row under the smart cable underneath and on either side. And this is already 6 long, so that would provide us with 18 import or export buses. So it would go something like this: export buses. Each one of these would be set up to export a particular item. There would be a crafting card in here so that this would automatically craft platinum wires on export into this drawer as long as there was a slot for it. So that's the ultimate goal. If these slaves are going to be up here, the drawer that's directly attached to this might end up being changed into something else. One of the what are they called again? The trims. Yes, the trims. Because the trims are responsible for connecting the drawers without storing anything. And since I can't access that under there, it'll be a trim. Or it might be another slave. It doesn't particularly matter. This controller might be here. Let's see. So it's 16 away. So if we put the drawer controller at the entrance, this wall would not be able to reach because I think the limit is 12. So the drawer controller has to be roughly in the center. I could move it back a ways until it's at that 12 mark, so it could go four slots into the room or something like that to give me more room to work with. But I don't know if it matters. Because I can't really use this line as easily for drawer slaves anyway. So that's fine. But this is the thing that I've got to think through, how this is going to work. Because I could just embed these in the ceiling, and then I would only have one export slot. But I could do the whole goddamn ceiling, and it would just be a network of cables with export slots attached to them. Wouldn't be the prettiest, but it sure as hell would have a lot of space to work with. So that's certainly an option, is just
Yeah, now we're being
that.
hampered by oxygen again.
Okay. I mean, that was officially on my to-do list, even though I never actually got that far.
Right. Yeah. It happens.
This
But we have epoxy sheets.
is good.
We can't make the circuit boards out of them without sulfuric acid, which sulfuric acid is waiting for the oxygen.
Okay. Let me look into oxygen. This one. There we go. Okay, so oxygen. We have a couple options. We can electrolyze water. Basic water electrolyzing takes 75 seconds on LV. And we would have that 3 times. MV, HV, EV. So let's do the math on that quick, just because I can't do that in my head at the moment. 75 divided by 2, divided by 2, divided by 2. 9.37 seconds. Roughly. So then the other option is... I think it's silicon oxide, silicon dioxide? Yeah, silicon dioxide comes from electrolyzing sand, which is a really slow recipe, so we'd need a lot of electrolyzing sand for that to happen. Or we can do centrifuging glass dust, which is actually not that bad. Pulverizing glass dust is pretty quick. 1 second for ULV. So that gets halved 4 times. So, you know, a 1/10 of a second, basically. So that would be a better option, I think. Because that would be a pulverizer to pulverize the glass dust. And then this recipe would be halved 3 times. So, again, a small fraction of a second to make silicon dioxide dust, which would then electrolyze at 3 seconds to oxygen. So I think this is a good option. We do need Cobblegem, and then we need 2 layers of Forge Hammer. Okay, hang on. Let's do a list. I can remind myself. Okay, Cobblegem. And then we need Forge Hammer X2 for glass. Then we need a macerator. And then we need, so that's macerator, glass. Oh, sorry. We need macerator. So we need the arc furnace, because that will turn glass into, or sand into glass very quickly. And then we macerate it. And that turns it into the glass dust, which then I believe electrolyzes. Centrifuge into the silicon dioxide dust. Let's make this easier. Alright, and then SO2 dust gets electrolyzed into O2. And that's going to be a hella fast process. I think we can do this with 1 machine each, because the processing times are really quick. Okay, good. I'm going to take those with me. Where do you think a good place to do oxygen would be? I think I've got it down to about 6 machines. Should I do that maybe next to where I'm doing the chemical reacting over here?
Yeah, you could. Otherwise, you can do it if you want on the red floor behind where the simulation chambers are right now, because those are going to be moving. Like,
this spot over here?
Start back here. Yeah.
Okay, that'll work.
All this will be moving eventually.
And if we need to crank up our oxygen production, we can expand it forward.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Let's do it.
And you got power line and all that stuff right here too, so easy.
Do we even have the time to do that tonight?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you're not beholden to me.
Amn't I?
No.
Forge hammer's not one that
Here,
I
you
put on
wanted
the...
canola.
Oh, nice.
I don't know what that's for. I'm just doing quests, but
Oh, we need it eventually.
do we?
Yep.
For what?
At some of the empowering stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you press the canola, and then you, I don't know, like ferment or cook the canola, and then you empower the canola, and then that is used to empower the seeds, which is a crafting component in some of the later stuff we need. I stumbled into it while I was looking at other stuff. Yeah. They basically said we're including actual additions, so we're just going to force it into some of the recipes somewhere.
Fair enough.
Forge hammer. Forge hammer. Forge hammer. Forge hammer. Anvil. I don't think we have anvils on autocraft. Alright. Put that shit down here somewhere. Any old ware is fine. Actually, that can go further down. Got more machines here. I don't know. I did centrifuge. Did I do macerator? I did macerator. Okay. So let's grab macerator. Let's grab forge hammers. 2 of those. We have a macerator 3, perfect. We need a centrifuge. Macerator, centrifuge, electrolyzer. There's my forge hammers. I don't think I did arc furnace recipe. Centrifuge isn't happening. Macerator happened. Oh no, macerator's already done. Electrolyzer. Electrolyzer's done. So that's the final step where we electrolyze the silicon dioxide out into oxygen. I need my... I have my centrifuge. Macerator. I need my arc furnace. So forge hammer gets cobble to sand, arc furnace turns it to glass, macerator crushes it into crushed glass, centrifuge turns it out into silicon dioxide. And then electrolyzer. I think we're done. Let me double check my list. Forge hammer, arc furnace, macerator, centrifuge, electrolyzer. Yes. I do need a cobble gen. Right, that's a pain in the ass to make. That's right. I had used the cobble gen that was already at the other location, so I didn't have to make one. Alright. Do we have lava? We don't have lava. Would you do me a favor?
What's up?
Would you make me a bucket of lava? We don't have any. Or get bucket of lava, I guess, is either option.
Just one bucket?
I just need a cobble gen.
In the network.
Straight. Alright, water. Water. Bucket of water. Bucket of lava. Cobble gen. Make it. Gimme. Alright, let me do some conduits. Item conduits mostly. Filters. Oh, hey, IV machine hulls.
Yeah.
You know, funny, I made some of those earlier, and I didn't even think about it being a quest.
What'd you do with them?
I made the large centrifuge unit.
Oh.
So the large centrifuge unit required 2 other IV machines. So I built those, and I put the IV machines in my inventory, thinking those might be quests, but I didn't put the hull in my inventory.
Got it.
And also, did you make that by hand?
No.
Okay, you auto-crafted it?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, I went to go see what it made or what it required, and I saw that obviously the craft thing popped up. So I was like, well, I'll just do that.
Yeah, so because of all of the crap that I auto-crafted, it's going to be a hard habit to get into to actually search for things first before just going to craft them. Because so many things are already ready for auto-crafting that you kind of have to search for stuff first to see if we have it in the network first before just trying to craft things.
They make soul dust or soul powder.
Soul powder? I don't know.
But you had to make one for the slice and splice.
Did I?
The soul oh, that's gonna also use solarium dust. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna just slap a slappa. Slappa. Slappa slappa. Yeah. Now let's do back. Alright, so I'm trying not to slap anything against the walls. So let's give myself a little bit of room. Put you there. Put you there. How many machines do we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 machines. Perfect. And if I needed to, I could do a whole nother line of these things. Alright, so every damn one of these can go in a row. Slappa, 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 slappa. I forgot to grab more conduits. I don't know if I need ME network over here, but I do need power. I don't have any more power conduits. That'll do. Filling machine buffers before itself. Got it. Okay. So, let's figure this thing out. Pretty much every way of the line is gonna be that. So you, I'm gonna need filters across the board. You, gobble. You, gravel. You, sand. You are going to be glass. Filter first, then glass. Can I click the right buttons, please? Thank you. So you're going to be macerating glass. You are going to be the glass dust. And you are going to be the silicon dioxide dust. Okay, so that's all the imports. Input correctly. We also need the cobblegen. Alright, export. Insert. Export. Insert. Now this is where the arc furnace is going to need oxygen. So we are producing oxygen and we're going to use some. I might need to import from the network to get that done though. Which I did not leave myself easy room for that. So let's make room. Bags.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't make a bag. It just needed 3 electrum nuggets in my pocket, so I did that.
Weird.
Yeah.
This is probably unnecessary, but it's fine. Okay, so cable and export. Cable. Fluid export. You are exporting oxygen. You are exporting oxygen. We have no oxygen, that's why. Right, okay. That's, yeah, okay. Got it. We might have to kickstart it by throwing some glass in here, but by hand. But you can export, import, export. Let's grab some. Oh, got some. Okay, good, good. Kickstarted. Alright. Export. Insert, centrifuging, insert. Perfect. Okay. So now that needs to go back into the network and the import needs to happen. So cable. I accidentally produced 64 buckets of oxygen in like 10 seconds.
Oh. Is that all?
That's all.
Should void the silicon dust, I think.
I'll just void it? Okay.
Yeah, we have way too much right now.
But what if we're gonna need it?
And then we can unvoid it.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 180,000 dust right now.
But what if we're gonna need it?
Then we unvoid it. With the rate that that's producing it, I feel like that's gonna fill our drives overnight.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. So, wait, item item conduit.
Well, that's good. Now all these chemical reactors are just kicking
Insert.
off full gear. That's good.
Silicon. Filter. Silicon.
Excellent.
Insert. Silicon. Oh, and then you need to be export. Okay. Alright, so that's gonna take care of that. I might need a faster export, but it is keeping up. Yeah, we are producing oxygen at a stupid rate right now.
It is astounding. Yeah, that's great. Well done.
Thanks. Yeah, I did some looking at the recipes. I'm like, I could do it with water. That's like a 7-second cook. That's lame.
Yeah.
How about a quarter of a second cook instead, for twice the oxygen?
Much better.
Yeah. All right, so we are successfully avoiding all of the silicon. We are importing the oxygen as fast as we're making it, which is great.
So wait, this is making 2 buckets per 7 ticks.
Yes.
Fucking right, dude.
Yep. And
Yeah, you can tell that it's really working because over here, this line, they're all.
oh yeah, they're all cooking.
They're all going now.
Gila, hi.
I mean, well, as quickly as they can.
Yeah. So that oxygen setup is also really easy to reproduce. So if we somehow happen to need more than 2 buckets of oxygen per 7 ticks, we can do more.
Excellent.
Like I mean, it took me 15 minutes to slap that together. So
Yeah.
I'd say that was time well spent.
And definitely increase it, yeah. Now the question is sulfuric acid increasing or are we drinking that up?
Good question. There's also a minor possibility of this breaking down. And I might fix that.
How?
So it relies on the arc furnace to cook up the glass.
Yeah.
And the arc furnace relies on oxygen, which itself is producing. So if we somehow manage to overuse oxygen, this thing will shut down. I mean, it's still going to have an overage of everything in here, so chances are it's going to be able to kick itself back on again. But there is the ever so slight chance that it will burn itself out. So I could fix that by potentially doing a similar sub-network thing that I did up there and make sure that this always gets oxygen first.
Mm.
Hi. How are you? Okay.
Because there's no like priority export. I can't like tell it to always export here first. Like that's not a thing.
Oh, that's fully caught up, huh?
Uh-huh.
Wild.
I know. So yeah, it does have the chance of running out, but it's a pretty slim chance. Not only based on the quantity of oxygen it's putting out, but also based on all the various buffers that are in here.
You know.
But it can literally be kickstarted again by throwing some glass into this macerator. So it's not that big of a deal.
You know what would be better?
What's that?
Go grab one of those rock breakers, or make a rock breaker.
You know, I
for
thought about that,
cobblestone.
and that's certainly an option. We are actually not producing oxygen as fast as we could be because we're running out of cobble. Okay.
The cobble stopped, yeah.
Yeah.
Rock breakers are cheap, actually. You could probably be able to make one. The only finicky thing with them is having the water and the lava floating on one side, on either side of it.
Which is fine. Okay.
Which is fine, but you just have to deal with it. That's all.
Let me do that. It's easier to freaking create a recipe for it. Create a recipe. Do it. Alright, make me rock breaker, please. Make me rock breaker, please. I have kitty face.
Yeah, that will make one every 0.8 seconds on ultra low voltage. So,
Oh, I see.
I have a feeling it's gonna run stupid fast.
Would you mind getting me another bucket of lava?
Sure. In the network. There's lava in the LV wall. You need it for later.
Oh, right, I forgot
That's
about
what's making the obsidian, yeah.
that. Yeah. Alright, let's kill this thing quick. Slap a you down. Rock breaker recipes. Cobble. 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 Alright, and then for right now, we'll just, I don't know, ME conduit the damn thing. I'm making it conduit cage.
Just don't forget to, power it.
It's fine.
Okay.
You beat me to it.
Mm-hmm. Always remember how I bested you.
I will remember this.
Oh no. Oh my.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, it's barely keeping up too. Amazingly enough. Like it's cooking through that glass literally as fast as it can be produced.
There.
What did you do?
I put speed upgrades on the output of the rock breaker.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Because it was doing 4 per second, and that's why the rock or the forge hammer was able to keep up.
Right. Speed
There.
upgrades.
Certain amounts of oxygen all day. rock breaker's stupid quick. I love it.
It's pretty remarkable. So how's that? Speed upgrades on all of the machines?
Oh, I didn't know if you had the...
I didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
So now there's speed upgrades on all of the conduits. I think we need Oh, you got acceleration cards and fluid import. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So what's the actual holdup? Why does it stop processing every once in a while?
I think it's the 3-tick operation on the centrifuge.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But
Maybe. Yeah, I can't tell. I'm sure it's just a server tick issue or a game tick issue. Something not
oh,
sure.
I think it's partly an issue related to the conduits. They the speed upgrades don't make them run faster. It's just more items per tick or per move.
Oh,
It does a
maybe
move action every once in a while. I think it's like every 10 ticks or something like that.
it might be. Well, it could be like the like a redstone tick is every other game tick.
Right.
That might be a similar thing. Yeah.
I wonder if it would be worthwhile to set this as a direct output.
Probably. That would push it straight across through all of them.
Hey, hang on. Did I overcomplicate this? Every goddamn one of these machines is just a 1-to-1. I could have literally set them all to direct output next to the next line
Yeah,
over.
you could just wrench all of them.
God
but,
damn it.
yeah, I mean, you've been saying that you don't need to wrench anything. Everything should work just fine.
I'm just so used to thinking in conduits all the damn
I know.
time.
But yeah, you can just wrench the output straight across.
I wonder if that would make it work faster at the last bit.
Probably. Only one way to try it.
Let's
Or
find
one way to
out.
find out, yeah. And then just make sure you hit the auto output.
Yeah. Set each one of these to auto output first, so I can just wrench them in a line.
That is putting the silicon dioxide into the electrolyzer faster.
It is slightly faster, yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. So I could get rid of almost the entire conduit setup here. The only thing that really is needed
It's
is
not your lava cage.
not the lava cage, no. keep that intact.
Yeah, but yeah, going from rock breaker down. Unless you just put the rock breaker on top of it. And
I
then
could put the rock
wrench
breaker
down.
directly on top of it too.
Yep.
Huh. Alright, I wanna optimize.
Okay. Granted, the forge hammer couldn't keep up with the conduit anyways, but this might be slightly lighter on the calculation load.
Right.
It's not having to go through conduits and deal with filters and whatnot.
So the only thing I'm gonna need to figure out is the ME imports on the front.
Should still work.
Not if I'm killing all the things.
No, true.
Alright, so advanced rock breaker. Wrenchy down. Wrenchy. Get those things out of the way. Alright, and then this is where I think we want to do cables. Just to make it easier. And this could probably go over the top. This is still cooking. There's so much friggin' backlog. Alright, let's see, we need another conduit here. And that's gonna clear out the oxygen. Alright, so we need let's do ME cable, ME cable. There will be a prettier cage at some point, I think. But for right now, this will do. Oh, right. Gobble. Gotta configure it. And then you are set to auto output. You are inputting. Oh, you are, yes. Okay. That is nuts. I like it. Now, are you... You are auto-outputting your silicon dust directly to the trash can as well. That's awesome. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we got 6 more spaces. So I could do another line right here. Which means this whole floating nonsense didn't need to happen. Which means the cabling could have gone under to make it save even more space and time. Okay. Got it. Got it. You're just doing cobble all day long. You're doing the thing. You're backed up. You're centrifuging as fast as you possibly can. Slowly going down. Slowly going down the backlog. Okay. Alright, and then if we check fluids, we are going up in oxygen.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So that is fantastic.
Hells yes.
Now, if only we were going up as rapidly in sulfuric acid.
A later time.
Yeah, that's a bit more of a procedure.
Yeah. Meow.
Let's see, how are we doing on the titanium?
Hey,
543.
Giddy. Like giddy.
But we're at 1700 rutile now, so we're still getting more of that. So
Nice, nice.
we should be over 2,000 again by Thursday.
That'll be wonderful.
That will be wonderful.
Okay. Well, tonight was a little bit chaotic.
It was, but I mean, we did make good progress. Checked
We
off
did.
a bunch of quests, and we got some of the more nitty-gritty nonsense. The chemical stuff all situated.
Yep.
I can just cook overnight.
Yep.
Meow.
Meow. Yeah, no, I think we're good. I lost my brain like 2 hours ago, so you know,
Yeah.
I've been pretending since then.
It do be like that.
Yep. Alrighty, I'm ready to call it night.
All right, samesies.
Okay, it was good night.
it was. Adios.
Bye-bye. Okay. Meow indeed, kitty. Meow indeed. We have the kitty. We have the kitty. Hello, Midnight. The kitty says hello. Kitty says hello. Yeah. So it was a good night. We did stuff. Well, I don't think we did anything specific. But we did do stuff. We did distillation tower stuff. We did oxygen stuff. We did more chemistry stuff somewhere. We did more automation stuff. We did the automatic maintenance hatches, which is a wonderful upgrade. We're probably gonna, between the two of us, go around fixing up all these machines to automate it. Gila, I'm talking here, bud. Fix up all these machines to be automated maintenance hatch so we don't have to do it anymore. As I said, I'm gonna try to solve this situation. I don't know how yet. Gila! I'm gonna grab you. I'm trying to... I'm trying to do a thing here, kitty. You're interfering with my doing a thing. You're interfering. I'm trying to say goodbye. Stop it. Kitty. So, Gila's made me lose my train of thought. Yeah, moo. So yeah, I think I'm done. So Midnight, thanks for hanging out. I don't know if anyone else is lurking out there, but I appreciate y'all being there. Tomorrow night is probably Grounded. And then back to Minecraft. So, yeah. That's all I got for tonight. I can't wave because I'm out of hands and Gila's not cooperating. So, yeah. Okay, maybe I have a hand now. Kitty butt. More bugs. So yeah, that's all I got. Brain gone. Forgot how to end stream. Bye.